and everyone here today. Good morning. In Kiswahili, jambo. Yes, we will be starting just in a moment. Give us a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes, and we will be ready. We welcome you very much. Thank you. Good morning once again. That's a bit loud. Welcome again to the International Conference for Convergent Smart Systems 2024, hosted by Pioneer International University and Chosun University in South Korea. We request that you stand. We will have two national anthems, the Kenyan national anthem and South Korean national anthem, and then prayers. Thank you very much. We remain standing. We will have a word of prayer, and this will be by the head of department, ICT at Pioneer International University, Madam Dorothy. Please welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Let us pray. Lord God Almighty, we come into your presence this morning. We thank you, Father. We glorify you, Lord, for you are our God. You have seen us through, dear Father. We planned for this day, Father, and you have made it happen, my King of glory. Almighty Father, as we start this conference, the ICCSS 2024, Lord, we pray, Father, dear God, that you may begin with us, Lord. Walk with us, Father, dear God. The deliberations that are going to be made in this conference, Father, dear God, the papers that are going to be presented here, Father, dear God, may they, Father, as dear God, in our countries, Father, dear God, and may they be of an impact in the world. Almighty Father, dear God, we pray, Father, Lord, that you may bless the management of this conference, Father, dear God, and you may guide us, Father, King of glory, and bless Pioneer International University as you bless Chosun University, Father, dear God. We bless you, we honor you, we present all the participants unto you, Lord. May you rejuvenate each one of them, Father, dear God. Refresh them, Father, dear God, and King of glory, may they experience you, Lord. We pray this in Jesus' name.
Amen. Please, you may be seated. We're very glad to finally have the day with us here today. And all the guys and all the scholars that have traveled from different countries to this event. We truly thank you very much, and it's such an honor. We have so many universities represented today. We have Montclair State University, we have Daegu, Gyeongbuk Institute of Science and Technology, we have Arju University, we have Chonam University, we have actually the keynote speaker, tutorial speaker today, who came from Chonam University. We also have University degli Studi di Celerano. Oh, that's probably some Italian. We also have the University of Gachon, and is a son of one of the hosts, Professor Kim, at Gachon University. And we also have the graduate student from Gachon University right behind there. We also have Chosun University. Yeah, the co-host of this event. We have Professor Kim, we have Professor Lee. There are so many professors from Chosun University. We'll get to know them. We also have Asia University. Some are here, some are online. As we said, we are streaming live on YouTube, and also we are streaming live to the Korean presenters and those who are following us from wherever they are. We also have Kyunghee University. We have 3 of them over there, Kyungbin and Yongbin, sorry. Yes, we have Technical University of Kenya, Professor Omolo over there, and those others who have come. We have University of Lesville. They're following online, isn't it? We also have the University, Sachon University, National University. They are following online. We have Hanai University. This is in China. Taiwan, following online. We have Pioneer International University, host together with Chosun University. We have Honam University. They're following online. Yes, we have University of Tasmania. Here, yes, Australia. Famous island. Awesome. So, am I missing? Yes, Catholic University. She teaches over there. So she has 2 hats. She's looking behind, but it's a poem. All right. There is another one here. William Peterson. Oh, yes. There you go. This is our immediate speaker after this. So we are so honored to have all the universities represented here and those that are following online. I know we have other Kenyan universities following us online, and there are those who are coming. We're looking forward before afternoon to have many more participating. So without much ado, I know we're waiting for the next program. I want to introduce the speaker who will speak about this conference and what this means in the future. And this collaboration, what that means for the future, what that means for the country and Africa as a whole. He is none other than Professor Ki-Ho Lim, PhD, Dr. Ki-ho Lim is from the University of William Peterson in the United States of America. It's in Wayne, USA, and we are very honored that you traveled all the way from the United States to be here with us physically. And amazingly, he's seated next to his father, who has become grandfather of the academia. Professor Kim, you must be so happy to see your good result in Ki-ho-lim, Daktari. In Kenya we say Daktari. So please welcome, and let's stand up as we welcome Dr. Ki-ho-lim for tutorial 1 session. Yes.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Professor Patrick. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Ki-ho Lim. And actually, we'll have a more introduction session during the opening ceremony this afternoon. But I'm so honored to be the first speaker of this conference. And then I will start. I will start this presentation. Okay. So what I'm going to present today is about one of my research projects titled Advanced B2B Authentication for Roadside Infrastructure REST Vehicular Network. So here's the outline of this presentation. First, I will introduce about vehicular network, and then I will introduce the motivation of this project, and then I will introduce the system model and proposed protocol, and then finally I will introduce the implementation and evaluation. Okay, so some of you might not know about the vehicular network, or maybe probably some of you already know about it. So the vehicular ad-hoc networks are a special type of the mobile ad-hoc networks with a fast-moving vehicular nodes and dynamically changing topology, because as you know, the cars are moving along the street, right? And BANET allows the vehicles to share driving safety and traffic information. So to improve the traffic safety and enable the new service for the ITS, Intelligent Transportation System, vehicle-to-vehicle communication have drawn significant attention. Actually, more importantly, I'm sure you guys heard about this, right? So there are 5, actually 6 levels of the automation driving now. So in order to have a full automation, like level 5, vehicular network is one of the most important component. So right now we are around like a stage level 2 and 3 now. So that's why we are working on this approach. So B2B communication, again, this is wireless transmission of data between more vehicles. So all the cars are equipped with a communication device, and then they collect the information from the street, like any car information, street information, or any climate information, those kind of things. And they share those information with the other vehicles on the street. And not only the vehicles, also infrastructure or like a pedestrian or any like IoT related device as well. So that's the kind of background. And this picture shows a typical connection of the vehicular communication. So basically, there are like many protocol, and depending on the country and continental, like Japan, Korea, and also European countries, EU, and also America. There are different protocols. They are standard, like IEEE Wave, IEEE 802.11p. That was a previous version, and now there is an updated version which is called 802.11bd, and ITS Z5, and ARIV T109, so on. So as you can see in this picture, so the cars are like connected through this standard, and also it can be connected to the ITS infrastructure, and also can be connected to the like a cellular infrastructure. So again, there are like many approaches now. It's like a hybrid system now. So what are the objectives of vehicle network? So most important thing is safety, right? So because even though like an autonomous driver, like a driving cars out there, right? So like many companies, actually the cars are already on the street, and then people say, oh, it's more than like a 99%, 99.9% of the accuracy. But we are talking about humans' life, right? Like we want to minimize like any chance of the accidents or any like human-related threats. So safety relevant information can be exchanged that cannot be obtained using local sensors. So local sensors, like I'm going to introduce some sensors in the next slides, but the sensors has a physical limitation. Let's say like some camera or lidars, like their coverage is like some like 30 meters, 50 meters, or even like 100 meters. But still, cars moving very fast, and then they cannot see. Yeah, they cannot see like far away, right? It's like more than 100 meter, 200 meter, and 300 meter. That's why they need to get the information ahead before actually get to the, for example, like an intersection ahead. Okay, so this enables the driver to see through them ahead, other vehicles and building environment. Again, like a car can see the like other environment through the other cars. Okay, that's how a vehicle network works, and that's the objective. And also it's potentially to improve the driving comfort because drivers don't need to worry about the situation like driving conditions and traffic and congestion and so on. And also it's potential to reduce the congestion, and thus it gives the environment impact. And then also sometime in the future, again, like for the fully autonomous life, like level 5 of the automated driving. Okay, so that's the one of the most important components. So next page, please. Okay, so next one, like before we get to the system model, like I'm going to introduce the ADAS sensor. So probably some of you already driving car with the ADAS sensors. So ADAS sensors basically like those are advanced driving assistant system sensors. Like that includes like a LiDAR, camera, ultrasound, and thermal imaging, and sonar. There are like many sensors now. Then this will reduce the human involvement in the driving, right? So of course it's for convenience. That's one thing. And also eventually its goal is to actually give a more like provide a safety driving environment. So those are like some of the examples. Again, like a little more here, like LiDAR is like long range and short range, like two different types of the LiDAR. And the radar system can identify objects from 15 meters to 150 meters. And however, if it cannot detect the object behind, the large object as signals are reflected. So that's LiDAR. And the LiDAR sensor, this increases the point cloud information density when objects are reserved. However, further objects are hard to classify due to low information. So some of the example is like range, object detection and classification, mapping, and speed sign. Like these days, not only the front and rear, also 360-degree camera is there, right? Those are used for like provide the visual information services and also storage of the surrounding. And ultrasound, this time taken of the reflection of the ultrasonic sound wave provides the distance of the object. And thermal imaging, this sends the image of the camera in both the daylight and night conditions. So the next page, please. So this picture just shows us some example of the sensors inserted on Tesla, right? So this is just a common example. So like as you can see, there are many sensors on the car. Okay, like a short range LiDAR, long range LiDAR, like usually is in front of the car, and also visible camera, or like a 360 camera and 3D cameras, and night vision cameras too, for when there's a low light on the street during the nighttime. And also LiDAR, these sensors there, ultrasounds, and so those are some examples of the ADAS sensors. So now, and also this is another example, right? So using the ADAS sensors, there are so many applications and services are provided, right? Like a very simplest thing is like adaptive cruise control. Some of you already probably using that on the highway, and also blind spot detections and surround view. So there are like many services already provided, right? And also there are like more potentials using the sensors, because right now AI and machine learning and using the sensor data, they're like here, like there are many services again, like applications, right? These are some applications already we are using, like adaptive cruise control, traffic jam assistant, and forward collision warning, speed limit indication, high beam assist, lane departure warning, and these are all the applications. Actually, there are more. So the reason I want to explain this one is basically our project, our goal is to use the existing hardware, because we always worry about like a financial component, right? So we want to increase the security, but also we don't want to increase the cost. That's why we want to use the existing ADS hard sensors. That's why I'm introducing this now. So this is one of the actual main sensors we are using as a LiDAR. So light detection and ranging, this is LiDAR. LiDAR sensor play an important role in the ADS system, as it is useful in distance range and obstacle detection, avoidance, and path planning. So information gathered by LiDAR or sensor fusion information can also be used for additional features. So now I will explain about the security part of the in the beacon network now. So there are like many security issues there. For example, like you can easily imagine that like between beaker they next. Oh, next. Okay, yeah, I think we are using manual way. That's why I got synchronization issue here. Sorry about this. So yeah, good. Okay, some security issues here. So there are many actual security issues. One of the easiest example we can think about is like car is connected using the wireless communication. That means all signal is in the air, and then like if hackers or some malicious driver or users there, and they can capture the packet, and then they can modify the information to take a benefit and take advantage of it, right? So now this can mislead toward the accident or damage the, like even human's life or property, right? So this is actually one of the just main example. So there are many actually different types of attacks in beacon network. Of course, like a bogus information attack, just like I mentioned. And also there are many different types of the spoofing attacks, like pretend identity spoofing, like pretend to be another vehicle, another driver. Like there's a car accident, but the car can be pretend to be another vehicle. And also they can change their speed or position or location. Also there are privacy attacks. Since they are sharing their information, so some drivers' personal information can be disclosed, but so that's related to the privacy attack. And next page. So these are the VANET threats and attacks. So mainly there are like 4 categories. So for confidentiality and integrity and authentication and availability. So for confidentiality, like eavesdropping and traffic analysis, those are like some of the threats there. Like attacker can overhear like messages and safety information, and also they can analyze the traffic, like who sent this message, who shared this message, and those kind of information. And integrity, message suppression and verification. Just like I gave an example in the previous page, right? Because somebody like attacker, malicious user can fabricate message in order to take advantage. And also authentication. So authentication like replay attack. In security, like replay attack means attacker capture the image, capture the message, and then they use the same message over and over again. And also GPS spoofing. In beacon network, GPS information is very important because it gives information about where the vehicle is located and where the accident or incident happening. Okay, but if GPS information is spoofed, then also it can damage the environment. and also masquerade, like I can pretend to be someone else, like other cars. And availability is also another category of the tracing attacks, like a denial of service, and jamming, and spam, and malware. So those are the some general information about the bayonet threats and attacks. Next page, please. Okay, so now let me explain about background of and motivation of our work. So this is actually a traditional authentication scheme. There are many authentication schemes in the Beaker network. Okay, and this is like a typical form of the authentication. So most authentication scheme actually. In the scheme, both parties should be able to authenticate each other properly. That means in order to send the secure information, they need to have the secret key. And then in order to do that, some other entities like a roadside unit called the RSU here, and also trust authority is involved. And then in that those approaches, PKI, public infrastructure, is used to authenticate the beakers with a certificate issued by TA, trusted third party, such as a TA here. So if you see the picture here, like if there are two cars, V1 and V2, so two here. So in order to communicate securely, they need to get the secret key. And then in order to do that, someone else, like a trusted third party, like a trusted authority and RSU, other parties are involved. This is actually a typical authentication system. But next page. So the challenge here is now, so now there are like how many cars out there? There are so many cars, even, I mean, it's possible, but there are so many certificates, and then maintaining or the like updating certificate, deleting certificate, and those are like many certificate is actually, some overhead there, and also it's undesirable communication and computation overhead may occur. So also trust authority has to be involved in authentication process because a beaker needs to be verified. So, and also centralized trust management system is not a fault-tolerant approach too. And the big question on the authentication is like when infrastructure are not readily available, because of course like some big cities or like with a good infrastructure, okay, it's easy to implement and easy to use this set up this environment, but it's not available for everywhere. Okay, so in that case, now how can we solve these issues and problems? That's where we start this project here. So the connected beakers are poised to transfer our street, communities, and personal lives. And also before these technologies can be deployed broadly, there are a number of technical and institutional and financial challenges that can only be understood by implementing real-world situations, solving real problems. Again, like eventually we want to see everything implemented on the real street in the real world. Okay, and then like for example, in the United States, the DOT, U.S. Department of Transportation, they already actually started like many pilot deployment over the United States, like in many different states, including New York City, like a few years ago. So due to the ongoing research and feasibility tests, the deployment of the environment for CV, connected vehicle, are most likely to take some time. So, and also another thing is the infrastructure. So infrastructures for B2B communications are not readily available yet, except like some big cities, and even though self-driving vehicles are already cruising on the road. So security of B2B communication requires authentication, and then also this is right on the trust authority and also connected to infrastructures, right, to convey the message back and forth. So therefore, the alternative solution is necessary to support the area where infrastructure is not available. And also it is even better if existing sensors on the vehicle can be utilized for authentication purpose that can do the job without additional hardware costs. Actually, this is the main motivation too, because again, like those hardware, like sensors, are already on the vehicle, and we want to utilize those sensors so that it doesn't cost any additional hardware cost. So here are our main objectives. Next page, please. Main objectives. So decentralized trust management system, that's the, one of the main objectives, because we, again, like I said, the infrastructure is not available everywhere these days, right? So maybe one day we may have that situation, but we want to address that issue. And also authentication mechanism that can perform in infrastructure rest-bounded environment. So when infrastructure is not available. And also utilization of the available hardware, again, like LiDAR, camera, and the onboard sensor units. We want to use existing hardware. And also finally, most importantly, we want to provide a secure and robust protocol against possible attacks. So next page, please. Okay. So vehicles are equipped with many sensors, as I explained in the previous slides. And then now the vehicle can detect the surrounding objects near the vehicles, like objects like other cars, maybe like cars, vehicles, motorbike, buses, and also other objects like trees or bus stand. There are many objects on the street. So now the vehicle can detect all of these objects, right, as they move. And then some important information the vehicle need is actually distance and angles toward the surrounding object, and then it can exchange this information over the DSRC wireless channel to authenticate with other vehicles. So just a little more detail about the system model. So for example, like every vehicle in the network, okay, they have ADAS sensors, and then they collect information, like surrounding object information. For example, the first figure 2, this shows like a V0's view. Like you can capture V1 and V2, V3, and then there's a relative view, right? So in figure 3, V0, sorry, there's a typo here. So V1's view, so when V1 collect all the information, then they can also capture the V0. So this is just to give a basic idea, and not only the like relative curve, also you can collect all the information about the surrounding objects. So that's the system model. And then the locality information is also the main concept we need here. So locality information is sorted with the least distance, since the LiDAR can identify the nearest object with a higher accuracy. Of course, it can detect like some like around 100 meters away, but still for the higher accuracy, it begins from the nearest one. And the vehicle needs to validate the information of the target vehicle, and if it validates, it can share the information of the surrounding object to authenticate. So the message format of the locality information contains object number and distance, angle, and the object type are placed denoted here, ON, this, and type. So if you see the picture here, there is an original message here, like a source and destination length, this header information, and in addition to them, we include locality information, and then this information will be shared with the other vehicles when it initiates the authentication process. Next page, please. So this is protocol, and protocol consists of the 3 phases. So first, initialization, and the second, LiDAR map generation using the sensors, and then 3 part is the key agreement. So let me get into more detail about each part in the next slide. So initialization phase is basically LiDAR protocol is initiated as a car starts broadcasting, and then it periodically sends a beacon message to attempt the V2V communication. And then beacon message contains a vehicle ID and GPS information, and also timestamp when it starts, like a communication. So once the beacon message from car A is received by car B, and the car B first check the paired list to find if it has a previously paired. And if it's not found, then car B sends a request for pairing to car. And similarly, car A also check the paired list and proceed to next phase if car B is not found in the paired list. So basically, this process checks if they previously communicate. Okay, then if it's previously communicated, then they may have some information about the car, and then they can start communication immediately. If not, then they will start the key agreement process. And the next phase is LiDAR map generation phase. So car A and car B, there's actually another function in there, like a map generation. So they generate its own LiDAR map using their sensor data. Okay, so for this one, they use a LiDAR and camera information, like image, to detect the surrounding objects. And the LiDAR map includes all surrounding objects detected through the LiDAR data associated with the camera images with the distance and angle to each object and the object type. And then next part is the key agreement phase. The key establishment process based on the DP-Hellman key agreement with the LiDAR information. There is another cryptography algorithm used in the later slide. I will explain in the when we compare. And the car A and car B exchange their commitment, and car CA and CB, which bind the DP-Hellman public parameters with the LiDAR map A and B, and respectively. So and then it disclose their commit information by sending their decommitment DA and DB. And then object verification part here. So this is actually the main part of this protocol here. So the first thing is to verify the target vehicle, and if the target vehicle cannot be verified, then there is no point to verify the surrounding object, right? Because again, like one of the attacks we are considering is location spoofing, right? When car is not existing on the same spot, okay? They can actually easily fabricate their location information. So we want to verify if that vehicle is actually in the same location. Okay? And then for this car B, computes the distance D and angle, and then object type of the car using its own sensor data, and compare them with the sensor data map A sent from the car A. So here the comparison is only possible when the both maps have the same base, because they are on the same street, and they should be able to detect the same object, surrounding object. So this is object verification function. So here, okay. So if anybody need more discussion, actually we have a discussion room available. So after the presentation, so we can discuss the further details. Okay. And then also a key agreement phase here. So it's to verify the target vehicle, car B checks its distance and the AB and angle, and then between them if they are within the error boundary. So also during the analysis, we calculate error rates. Okay, we'll discuss it a little later. And the whole process is target vehicle verification has been illustrated from this line 3 and line 10 here. So this is the beginning part of the object verification. And then key agreement phase, that's the last part. So after object verification process, now we come back to the phase 3, key agreement process. So assuming object lists are successfully verified, then key confirmation procedure is initiated. So car A randomly generate the n-bit nonce, 256-bit, and then it sends the nonce with the MAC computed over the nonce A using its symmetric key. So after this process, they car A and B, they have a symmetric key, and then they can initiate the secure communication. So implementation and evaluation here. Okay, so for this, we used COLOR. So COLOR is autonomous urban driving simulator. So we use this simulator, and for the environment setting, we use Unreal Engine. And also the LiDAR sensor we're using is LiDAR Velodyne model, HAL32E. And then LiDAR generates the data in the point cloud format, which can be viewed using mesh processing tool like a mesh lab. So here's the LiDAR setup and simulation parameter. So the number of channels we use is 32, and the range we use is 100 meters. So detect all the surrounding objects within 100 meters. And then points per second is 100,000. So we actually collect 100,000 points for every second. And also rotation frequency is 10. And then also field of view limit is 40 degrees. And simulation running mode, we use a server, and the vehicle running mode is autopilot. So because we are simulating autonomous driving. So next page, this is a simulation environment. So first, car A is a simulation view. So the V is actually the main vehicle moving the street, and then it collects the information. So this is just like one snapshot of the simulation, just to give an idea. And then the part B is this is a front view of the LiDAR image. As you can see, there are some cars on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, there are some poles, and those kind of things are detected using the LiDAR image. And this is only for explanation purpose, okay? Because actually what we need is the next slide here. So if you go to the, can you move to the next slide? Okay, so figure V is See here, this is now raw data. Actually, this is the LiDAR raw data. And as you can see, beaker B is in the center, and then there are something around there. But the one drawback of the LiDAR is there are many noise. Okay, as you can see, it's very difficult to see which objects and what. So that's why we apply some filter to remove the noise, and then the figure D is showing processed data. So still, it's difficult to see if you just see this figure, but actually if you make it bigger, then you can see some objects are detected. But still, we don't know which object is what, what's the object type, whether it's a car, whether it's a bus, or whether it's other objects on the street. So in order to do it now, can you go to the next slides? Yeah. So this I just explained, raw data of the LiDAR is showing in figure C, and then D shows the process data that fix the obstacles around the vehicle. And then next one is object recognition. So next one we use is, so we need to find the object type. Again, but for this one we use the image file, which is collected through the camera attached to the car. So this one has the information. To find out the object type, we project the 3D frame into 2D space in an XY plane where the location of the object is approximate as the center of the object. So in order to find the object type, we use a machine learning algorithm, YOLO 7. And then object detection here. Now this is from D, so update version here. So initially we just detected some objects using the LiDAR sensor. And once we found the object now, so we can identify the object type, right? So in order to distinguish, which object is detected. So after E, now we can put that into the 2D XY coordination. So now V is the center, and then all surrounding objects we can put it in the XY plane now here, and then we can get the distance and angles. So that's the grid view of the LiDAR. So that's the F. And then now next one. Next one is evaluation. So now to evaluate this locality information, we check the distance, angles, and object type. And then also we find the center point of the object using the object recognition and then compute the distance. And after sorting it with the least distance, we also evaluate the angles now. So this observation, we consider the 10 nearby objects of the beaker. And then to compare locality information, the relative distance and angle of the object of the beaker are, and from the target beakers are calculated. So in the next page now, we have error computation of the distance dn theta here. So maximum error we see here is 1.32 meter, and the minimum is 0.01, and average is 0.57. And also angles, maximum error rate, error is 2.81, and minimum is 0.39, average is 1.5. So these are the error rate. Now the important thing is now when we have applied, when we use the authentication algorithm we just introduced now, so this can be used for the threshold value because we have to determine whether this beaker is providing real information or not, right? So it's not, in order to decide whether it's a real beaker or not, we need to give a good threshold value, okay? So, but still, we try with the maximum error rate, but for the high accuracy, and then still, it performs very well. So, because error is very marginal here. And then security analysis. The attacker model we consider is a man-in-the-middle attack. So because man-in-the-middle attack is one of the vulnerability of the TP-Hellman key exchange. So first we suppose the attacker B and try to impersonate VA to VB. Someone else is trying to capture the packet and try to be someone else now. So VA transmits this commitment and decommitment CA and DA to beaker B. An attacker can prevent the VB from receiving the DA by jamming and sending on decommitment, right? So they can try to launch the attack by sending DA prime here. Okay, that includes the LiDAR map here. Okay, and then. But however, the beaker A, so DH, the DPM parameters, G to the A, along with the ID A and map A and timestamp are bounded with the commitment CA by the hash function such as a SHA-3 algorithm. So also locality information like a map A, because the only beaker who is actually existing can detect all surrounding information. Right? So they cannot be verified because the distance and D and angle at the time, specific time, TS are unique information for that specific beaker. So the man in the middle attack cannot be successful under the LiDAR protocol. Also some comparison here. So so we compare two protocols actually. Initially, there are actually not many authentication protocol in the beaker network which use the sensor data. So one of the first one actually use a DP-Hellman based, and then next one we work actually is use the elliptic curve cryptography, which gives a better performance. So we did the operation comparison here. So if you see 1 here and 2 in the table 2, so basic operation, we compare these two, and then as you can see, these are the output here. So now this operation in using elliptic curve is expected to be about like a 240. It's like 8 times faster than operation in second one, which is use the DP-Hellman key exchange. And also we tried to calculate the operation and execution times for this cryptographic operation, like a TM and TA and TH. So these are our experiment. So overall, this provides a better performance. So now again, like the core idea is still the same, but we can apply the different cryptography algorithm to improve the performance of the protocol. So related to this research is still going on, and also of course there's some limitation because this covers the dynamic environment. Car is moving, and also some car is like blocking on specific car's view because of the LiDAR user line of sight. Right? If the line of sight is not available, then some object cannot be detected, and then that can be an issue. And then those are actually our ongoing research. So I think those ideas will be published soon. So yeah, so this is a comparison here. So in conclusion, so what we propose is authentication scheme for infrastructure-less vehicular network, like without using existing trusted third party. And then this approach leverages the available hardware to authenticate the vehicles based on the shared surrounding information. Again, like we don't need additional hardware, just use the existing hardware that is used for the autonomous driving or to provide the user convenience. And then also secure B2B symmetric key is established after verifying the common object types and then distance angle. So the goal is actually to trust the vehicles. Okay, make sure the vehicle is communicating with the other vehicle on the same street, okay, without the involvement of the third party. Right now, the packet has to be go through the like RSU, roadside unit, or to the like trust authority, like a government agency and so on. But again, it's not always available. So in that case, then we can have an ad hoc communication, right? Because car A and car B, they don't know each other, but they still need to send the secure information, and they need to verify because we cannot trust anybody on the street without verifying, right? So, and then so also as we did the security analysis, this scheme is robust and against location spoofing attack because only the vehicle who is actually on the that street can collect the information, location, and the sensor information. And then also man-in-the-middle attack. This is also prevented because the hash value of the commitment, including the sensor information, is verified during the key agreement process. And also experimental results show that our scheme provides dynamic decentralized authentication for B2B communication with very small values of error in verifying surrounding objects. So that's, okay, so I think it's about time. So that's what I have today. And thank you very much. Any questions?
All right, another round of applause, please. As Dr. Lim has said, there is Cardinal Jue, the next hall, where we can have the follow-up questions, or if you want to operationalize this project, commercialize, or make a company that produces like Tesla vehicles, you work with him. And once you get to understand what it is, you can go for a commercial link in the next room, which is Dr. Munga hall, which is on the other side of this hall. So we thank you so much. Please stand and let's clap for him. And I think this is the next generation of transport, and he is at the forefront, providing solutions for the rest of the world. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate, and as we've said, he will be in the next room after break in case you have more follow-up questions. Now, I know you must be wondering, who else is in our midst, isn't it? We have our Vice Chancellor. It's not his time, but I just request if you could wave, even for the people online. And yes, he will be speaking in a moment after a few other two sessions. We also forgot one other university. King Sejong. The name is Sejong University, but please, would you, if you don't mind, yes, we recognize other universities. Yes, professor from Seoul, Sejong University. We must have forgotten also to recognize Dr. Odoyo and the research team, the other son of Professor Kim, here in this country, Dr. Odoyo, and the grandchildren, and in the Innovations and Research Hub, please stand as your grandfather is looking upon. The AI machine is here, all the way, this side and that side. Now, we will take a very short break, okay? We have 4 exits, 2 to this side, on my right, your left. There is breakfast, not really breakfast, snack, tea break. On the other side, there are 2 exits. We also have the tea break on the other side. We have toilets, that is, if you want to help yourself. On that side, there are women and gents. And if you walk down, there are also gentlemen, and ladies. If you have any question and you want to ask any question, we have our secretariat, gentle ladies, who will be at the reception. The other side, you could ask anything that you need to clarify. You can also see me as your MC, or any other official that you see along the corridor. So we truly appreciate. We request the VC's table and the keynote speaking guests to please proceed for the tea. Then we will follow. Thank you very much. And our professors from the other universities will follow. Please go ahead, sir. Thank you very much.
sense. Then you know you have to nikapata hiyo chinje. Nasikia chinje huko. Manjiro ameenda. Naacha kamera hapo.
All right, we can come back. The PS is here. All right, so the PS is here. We truly appreciate your patience. We're very sorry at the same time for getting you late. She's just been briefed by the VC and Professor Kim, and they're making their way up. So when they come, we will request if it is possible we stand, and we will do media briefing, and probably have the next sessions is in the schedule. Thank you very much. To streaming, I can hear him speaking. All right, so we have the VC and our chief guest, keynote speaker today, arriving in the house. Please stand up and let's clap as they make their way in. Thank you so much. Welcome, Madam PS, to the International Conference for Convergent Smart Systems 2024. We may please have a seat. Have your seat. Honorable PS, we are so honored that you're here today with us. And our keynote speaker, Professor Beck, Kim, and all our invited guests, including professors and doctorate students who are here today for this conference. I will give a little brief that we will request the VC and the peers to come to the front so that we can have a memorial picture, and Professor Kim, Professor Lim, and the professors from each institution, please come. We will have a memorial picture with Dr. Doyle this side also. All right. Yes, we have Chosun University. You can represent, please. We have Sejong University. Yes. We also have University of Tasmania. I forgot to introduce very important guests, Madam Pan and the sister from the Institute of Human Development Institute. Please come to the front. Yes, I think all universities are represented. Kyunghee University, please somebody represent. We appreciate. University of Tasmania? It's all right, okay. All right, thank you so much. I'll give.
So thank you very much, everyone here. Our chief guest, Ms. Mary Karema, Secretary, E-Government and Digital Economy, the Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy, Republic of Kenya, representing our peers in the ministry, distinguished scholars, industry representatives, researchers, and ladies and gentlemen. Mine here is very brief. and of course the media present here. We are here this morning or this afternoon. It is a morning all over the world, and all of us who are following us online. I wish to welcome you to this international conference on convergent and smart systems at Pioneer International University. And we are glad to host this international conference on convergent and smart systems for the first time in Africa. Behind me are over 20 universities represented. We have, as you've heard, most of these universities are from Korea. And we are co-hosting this, Madam Secretary, this international conference with Chosun University. So we are the anchor, the two anchor universities that have rallied the whole world to come to Kenya. And the main purpose for this is basically we have realized as Pioneer International University, being the pioneers in so many areas, we have decided to get to Northeast Asia, particularly in South Korea, basically to leverage on the relationship that our government has actually started with South Korea. We are aware the relationship the Republic of Kenya and South Korea has had over time since independence. We share the same history. Madam Secretary, as you're aware, they had a colonial history. We had a colonial history. At independence, we worked very, very, very closely. Our governments, our founding president, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, and their founding president worked very well. And we have seen this relationship, go very, 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 very well. We started well. They are now tigers. We are catching up. But we want to learn from the tigers, particularly on technology. And that is why, as Pioneer International University, Madam Secretary, I traveled to Korea last year, and as I've said, most of our professors at the university also studied in Korea. And therefore, that cross-pollination of a bigger brother helping a younger brother in a younger country, in quotes, to accelerate, I think that is what Pioneer is bringing to Kenya and Africa. But more importantly, we may not be sure about the future, but there is one thing we are very sure about the future, Madam Secretary, is that the future is about technology. Whether it's about smart agriculture, smart transport system, smart environment, all these convergence is very, very important for us. And that is why this conference is a very, very important conference. Under this roof, this afternoon, we have the best brains from all over the world that are going to help us unpack what are these smart systems, how is the future, how is their convergence. And therefore, as a country, Madam Secretary, we can start this conversation as a country. And as Pioneer International University, we are very, very, very grateful for all these universities represented here, as it were, to help start this discussion with the academy, with researchers, with industries, with government, and of course, with also, the end users of this smart system. And that is why we are very proud as a university, as Pioneer International University, as a country, to start this discussion. I hope this is a volume, Madam Secretary Mary. This is a volume of a big volume, yet to be written and yet to be read. We are glad to the government of Kenya and of course the government of South Korea for facilitating, of course, the transport and your presence here. Thank you very much, and we truly, truly appreciate what is really happening today. I'm sure I'll come back to give some welcoming remarks, but for now, can we clap for all these universities from all over the world that have visited Pioneer International University to start this discussion. Thank you very much, and let's take our seat. Yes, a photo? Thank you very much.
very much, sir. All right. Thank you very much again, VC, our Secretary in Government, present today, and our keynote speaker, Professor Kim Beck, distinguished professors, Professor Kim, Professor Lim, the Chosun University, or other universities represented right now. Those following online from all the way in Taiwan, the United States, those that are in China, other parts of Kenya. Our next program is we will invite our VC for a welcoming remark. Our VC is a great scholar. I mean, definitely, we truly are very thankful that you are here with us today and that you have supported not only this program, but so many other programs at Pioneer International University to make it a success. And I thank you for making this a great success for us today. So we will request that you come, please, and give your welcoming remark before we break for lunch and come back for the main session. Thank you. Please stand up as we welcome our VC for the warm welcome remark. And let's clap. Thank you so much. Welcome, sir. And we may...
So thank you. So thank you very much, everyone present. I just want to just be very brief because I've spoken earlier about why we're here. But I wish to formally appreciate our chief guest this afternoon. This is Mary Ann Kerema. That is the Secretary ICT, E-Government and Digital Economy, Minister of Information, Communication, and Digital Economy, the Republic of Kenya. Professor Panko, our chief organizer from South Korea as well, and the co-chair, you and I. Then Professor Kim, our keynote speaker from South Korea on this conference. and Professor Kiho, who has just presented his paper this morning. Distinguished scholars across the world, Pioneer International faculty, students, both undergraduate and postgraduate. Those of us who are following us online, scholars online, that will not have made it here because of one reason or the other. Mine here is to officially welcome you to Pioneer International University. This is a university of the curious, the university of those who want to be curious about today and about the future. As Pioneer International University, we are guided by a vision, our chief guest. Our vision is to be a world-class, market-driven university for transformation of society. In other words, whatever we do at the university is world-class, and it's meant to be transformative for the future. But more important, it needs to be world-class. And what we do is basically to ensure, as we achieve that, we direct all our resources then to build high-caliber leaders who are going to transform not just themselves, not just their country, but the whole world as well. In this regard, we work very, very, very closely with our regulator, the Commission for University Education, in terms of what we do to ensure that the quality of education internally, and of course the graduate that we churn out there, actually meet the demands of a modern world. So our chief guest, it is therefore with pleasure and excitement that I continue to welcome you all to this international, as I said earlier, the first international conference on convergence and smart systems, ICCSS 2024, hosted and co-hosted by Pioneer International University and Chosun University. This significant event promises to be a landmark gathering of leading minds from academia, industry, and research communities around the world. I don't think in Kenya we have such a collage of scholars in this area under this roof in Kenya today. I think this is one of the highest concentrations of experts in this area, anywhere in Africa perhaps and in the world today. And therefore we are grateful and honored to host this. In our rapidly evolving world, the convergence of technologies and the rise of smart systems are transforming industries, societies, and the way we live and work. This conference aims to provide a comprehensive platform to discuss the latest advancements, share innovative research, and explore future directions in these critical areas. Our chief guest, we have an exciting lineup of keynote speakers, as I've just alluded to, including renowned experts who have made substantial contribution to the fields of convergent and smart systems around the world. The program also features a series of technical sessions, workshops, and panel discussions designed to foster collaboration, spark new ideas, and address the challenges and opportunities presented by these emerging technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, your participation and engagement are crucial to the success of this conference. We invite researchers, practitioners, and students to submit their papers, showcase their work, and contribute to the vibrant exchange of knowledge and ideas. Additionally, this conference offers a unique opportunity to network with peers, forge new partnerships, and gain insights that can drive innovation and excellence in your respective fields, and therefore transform Kenya, Africa, and the world. As a university, we are committed to ensuring a productive and enriching experience for all attendees. Pioneer International University is honored to facilitate this international dialogue and to contribute to the advancement of Convergent and Smart System. Our chief guest, Ms. Mary Karema, we look forward to hosting you to what promises to be an inspiring and transformative event. Once again, as we say in Kenya, karibu sana, karibu sana, karibu Kenya. Thank you. Allow me now to take this opportunity to welcome our chief guest to officially open this conference on behalf of the government of Kenya under the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy. Welcome, Ms. Mary Karema, the Secretary, E-Citizen and Digital Economy, State Department of ICT Ministry. Could we be up and standing?
That's nice. Apologies, I have some cold, but I'll manage. Bonavisi, Pioneer University, Paco professor from Korea, Professor Kim, also from Korea, distinguished scholars who are in the room and those who are online, students, our local universities, other universities across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Oh, all right. Oh, okay. Good afternoon, good morning. We are all around there. Yes. It's really a great honor and privilege to be here, to be part of this conference on the convergence in smart systems. Today, we gather to explore the transformative potential of converging technologies and smart systems that are shaping the future of the world, and we don't want to be left behind. This conference is a testament to our shared commitment to innovation, collaboration, and the pursuit of excellence in technology and its applications. And I'm really happy and proud of the Pioneer University that the name really steers you to be the leader. We are living in an era of unprecedented technological advancement where the convergence of various fields such as artificial intelligence, the Internet of everything. We have moved from Internet of things. We are going to Internet of everything. Machine learning, robotics, big data, and advanced computing is really creating smart systems that are revolutionizing the industries and enhancing our everyday lives. These smart systems are characterized by the ability to sense, analyze, and act, making them integral to the development of smart cities, health tech, agri-tech, transformative education, intelligent fintech, smart infrastructure, insurtech, manufacturing, and many other sectors. And Kenya has not been left behind. We are really aspiring to be the next country that will be doing manufacturing, from chips to software to everything. So I'm glad that we have partnered with the best. And you know, Kenya always benchmarks with the best. That's our habit. And I think that's why the VC was very keen and very intelligent to partner with the Koreans. So thank you so much, our partners from Korea. And really there is power in convergence. Not only in universities, but in the way government is doing things. We cannot avoid convergence. Because, of course, we started technology from an era where everybody wanted to do their own things. And if you come to government, you will find a lot of silo systems. They don't talk to each other. And what does it bring? Inefficiencies. Because you want to serve a citizen, maybe you want to go and get your passport. You are told, carry your ID, carry your mother's birth certificate, your father. All this data exists in government and in systems. But because they're not talking to each other, that's why you can take so many days to serve a customer. And therefore, we are also starting to really advocate for integration and interoperability. So the convergence of technology is not just about the amalgamation of different tools and platforms. It's about creating synergies that drive innovation and efficiency. This convergence leads to the development of smart systems. And we can never discuss this topic at any other time apart from this conference. I believe from this conference, we are going places. We are going to do things because we have converged a team of people with the brains, very intelligent brains. And I want that the next time we are manufacturing the next smart cars from Kenya, courtesy of Koreans, true? Yes, so what does convergence of systems do to us? They enhance decision making. And in this era of artificial intelligence, and I think we are doing something on artificial intelligence with Korea, and of course many countries, AI is the next in thing. And I wish Pioneer University, you can be the first one to give us an AI application that makes government a smart government. So that's a challenge, Bwanavisi. May I want you to come to my office with that system? Yes. It will improve our operational efficiencies, especially in manufacturing, integrating the Internet of Things, of everything, our devices from home to office, areas of agriculture. It will help us to enhance connectivity and collaboration, and also have smart systems that will really revolutionize our lives. In the area of health, government has embarked to really transform systems in government, and health is our priority. And I think we are partnering with Korea in also the health tech. Smart agriculture, smart cities, smart transport, smart housing, and also managing our traffic and all that. We want technology to really hasten or ease the way we are serving our citizens. And therefore, as Ministry of Information Communication and Digital Economy, we are committed to fostering an environment where technology can thrive. And government has put a lot of initiatives in place. One of it is the regulatory framework and supportive policies. And in the spirit of convergence, the government of Kenya is coming up with a government enterprise architecture and a government interoperability framework to look at how can we converge as government. How can our systems be more integrated to serve our citizens? Next, we have a Vision 2030 blueprint and beefed up by the master plan. And this master plan is up to 2030. And we are ensuring that the projects in the master plan are being implemented to the dot. And therefore, we also have embarked on developing robust infrastructure. And this is, of course, our big project is the 10,000 kilometers of fiber. But within it, we want to also connect the houses, the homes, the government offices to ensure that our citizens can be able to get their services at the doorstep. So we are embarking to connect 8.5 million homes, 100,000 public facilities, and that includes health facilities, police stations, schools, government offices. Also, for us to improve the digital uptake for our citizens, we have also embarked in putting up digital hubs. And these digital hubs are being used by the youths. They are training to do digital jobs. They are also training to get skills in the technology. They are also learning how to be software developers. So therefore, we have embarked in expanding these digital hubs to around 1,500 digital hubs across the country. We are also doing public Wi-Fis in markets everywhere. We want to empower our citizens to use internet for doing their e-commerce, getting services, doing their marketing, everything. So with technology, as my VC said, we are going places. And you can never refuse to embrace technology, because that is the change that has come today. And if you don't embrace change, change will change you. And it is very, very painful. So therefore, I'm happy to be amidst scholars and young people who really want to use technology to change lives. Therefore, I think also government has made deliberate moves to improve education. From the lower level, we teach children. You remember we used to have the DLP, the laptop projects for standard ones, but we are now equipping schools with labs so that they are able to use those equipments across the school. We are improving our colleges. We are improving our TVETs. We are already setting centers within the TVETs so that we can be able to avail these services to all citizens. We are also putting up the KAIST with the help of Korea in Konza City, and I think we will really move in terms of research and implementing applications that will stand the test of times. Yes, technology is here, but if we don't use it very well, it can also destroy us. So that is why on AI, we are embarking on putting up a policy, a strategy to ensure that we are guided in the way we embrace this emerging technology. So what are the kind of challenges and opportunities that lie ahead of us, even as we think of smart cities or smart systems? Data privacy and security is a very key thing that we cannot forget about. And perforation of connected devices and data sharing to ensure privacy and security is very paramount. So therefore, robust cybersecurity measures and regulatory frameworks are necessary to protect sensitive information and maintain public trust. And government of Kenya already has the Commission of Data Protection, and they are really ensuring that they put regulations that protect the users and also the consumers of data. But we are saying, with the data protection, instead of being a watchdog, can you empower the owners of the data? So that if you want to use my data, can I have the powers to say no or yes? That is the next move, and that is the next technology. And I hope, Bwanavisi, you are taking this point so that you come and give me solutions, right? If you benchmark with Estonia, Estonia is able to notify the citizen wherever anybody wants to use their data. The next is the issue of interoperability, the integration of diverse technologies, which requires standardized protocols, interoperability to ensure seamless sharing of data. And therefore, as I said, government has embarked on coming up with the interoperability framework. Skills and education. You find that technology is moving so fast, but our people are lagging behind. Not only government officers, but our citizens. So there needs to be a deliberate move to ensure that there is skill upscaling and upskilling of our citizens and the government officials. Therefore, these are but to mention a few challenges that we need to be alive to and put measures in place. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this journey of exploration and innovation, let us embrace the opportunities presented by convergence and smart systems. By fostering collaboration, investing in research and development, and addressing the challenges head-on, we can unlock the full potential of these technologies and create a brighter future for all. This conference serves as a platform for sharing knowledge, exchanging ideas, and forging partnerships. Together, we can drive the advancement of smart systems and harness the power to transform industries, improve lives, and shape a sustainable and prosperous world. In closing, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers, the sponsors, the speakers, and participants for making this opportunity, to avail this opportunity for all of us and making it possible for us to be here. Despite what is happening out there, we are here. I'm also here. I almost gave up yesterday, but because of the encouragement of the VC, I am here. Your dedication and commitment to innovation are truly inspiring. Let us make the most of the opportunity to learn, collaborate, and innovate. I officially declare this conference on convergence and smart systems open. May it be a catalyst for groundbreaking discoveries, impactful collaboration, and a transformative advancement. Thank you very much.
Please be seated. Well, I just, the program, the session of the chair, I just want to express discretion and just say a word on what the Secretary has just said. I think now we have the confidence as a community of nations represented here, that our government represented here, the government of Kenya represented here, you can see there's quite a lot of convergence in terms of what we are doing. Madam Secretary, I want just to emphasize one aspect that you have talked about, and that is collaboration. Collaboration between the government and the private sector. And my learning is that the government and the private sector, particularly the private sector actually, is a driver of innovation. And working together, the government needs to collaborate with the private sector. The private sector needs to collaborate with the government because we are in collaboration. We are not in competition. We are in collaboration. And the lessons from South Korea, from all over the world, is that when government works very closely with the private sector, then that transformation really, really happens. And therefore, whether it's about the industry, whether it's about research, I think when we open that page and sit on the same table, looking at each other and trying to ask ourselves, where do we move from here? I think we can go very, very, very far. I am so grateful that the government hands is open to work with the private sector in terms of innovation, in terms of smart and convergent systems, and many other areas, so that we can move our country and our people forward. Once again, could we give a loud of applause for our Madam Secretary? Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. I want to take it back to the MC to guide us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VC. Thank you very much, Secretary, e-government. We truly appreciate your contribution. And VC must have mentioned or whispered one of our professors, our lecturers here, Dr. Odoyo, is actually a son of one of the greatest scholars in this room who has taught so many and comes from a lineage of AI whose father or the teacher who taught him, the teacher of that teacher now is the father of AI. And we have a grandson who is the AI grandson, Dr. Odoyo. Please clap, yes, she's clapping. And we have great grandchildren in education who are his grandfather's children in education. And not only in Kenya, because even the one seated next to him from the United States who presented about AVs, automated vehicles, autopiloted, is also his son. And even the other one from Chosun University, I mean, the granddaughter is doing a PhD. I mean, like, this is the powerhouse of big data, powerhouse for AI and convergent technologies. So we truly gonna give you those solutions, I assure you. Yes, so, sir, we jump one. All right, so I was seeking direction because of change of program a little bit.
Yeah, so I think what we're going to do from now is the keynote speaker has opened it, and what we need to do perhaps is to go for lunch. Then immediately after that, we are in a position to come back later. But before I do that, Madam P is represented here. I just want to let you know that we have a research and innovation hub at Pioneer International University that is driving all this thinking and research because we have to look at the future. And I really want to request those young scholars, the fellows from across Africa who are actually at Pioneer International University Research and Innovation Hub. Can you be up and standing, kindly? Yes. Now, these young folks represented here, Madam P is represented, these young scholars are spending a lot of time at the research hub to just do what you have just said and working together with the Koreans to see how can we synergize what you've just talked about. How can we collaborate? And this Research and Innovation Hub actually was opened last month, the other month, by actually Professor Panko. So there's a lot of collaboration. And we are using our, of course, our undergraduate and postgraduate students who have graduated actually to create that environment, that research ecology for that transformation that you're talking. And we look forward, as I've said, the private sector and government working together in collaboration to bring this transformation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
First of all, congratulations. I really love young people. I pride myself with young people. So please call me in that innovation hub. But what I want to say is, as I've said, government is now collaborating and collaborating, not only with private sector, collaborating with other countries, because we don't want to make mistakes. We want to jump frog and be the next country that people can benchmark with. So therefore, I'm giving you my support, that as you innovate, let's test those solutions. Let government be the guinea pig. Bring them, let's test them. And not only are we going to use it in this country, we are also going to sell. We are going to be the next frontier of software development. So partner with government. I'm ready to take up any solution that you will have innovated. We test it in government and move it globally. Thank you.
Please, if you don't mind, you wait this side. We'll take some pictures, if you don't mind. So we will have our DVC. I'm really sorry, I forgot to introduce her from this side. Clap for DVC, Madam Beth, Finance. We request that you please come to the front. Professor Kim, Professor Beck, all of us again, representatives from the universities. And our research, we're forgetting the ICT where all this is brewed. Madam Dorothy, also please come this side. Dr. Odoyo, Dr. Edna, Professor Molo. I have seen my professor who took me to Korea, Professor Mogambi from KCA. Please clap for him and recognize. Thank you. So please come, Dr. Doyle, Professor Kim, Professor Lim, Sejong University, all the university representatives, please come. Come to the front. This is the official picture. Yes. Yes, sir. All right, so I think we take a memorial picture for all of us.
Do we have it this way?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Do we have the others? Go, can I him and him? Yes, and this one. Yes. Here you see, do you stand here? And Dr. Doyle. Dr. Doyle? Yes. Louise is. Yes, please. Good. The other six, all universities represented outside Kenya. The rest sit outside Kenya. Outside Kenya with the PS represented. Please come and take this.
Oh, all of Gachon, Kyongi,
outside Kenya.
Institute of Human Resource Development. Yes, yes, please come. Yes, yes. How are you, sir?
Very fine, sir.
Yes. From?
Yes.
Hanyang University, over here. Yes, Hanyang University, looking like us from Hanyang University. Hanyang is in South Korea. Please go. Yes.
Thank you. All the innovators. Yes. Innovators. The rest we can sit.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please.
Our research and innovation team. Research and innovation team.
Yes, please come. You have heard of the PSSS. We have tested there.
Actually, we have rooms where we will have corporate discussions on development of the papers and research for development and commercialization. And there is a spin-off. There are questions you can send as ministry people or corporate. We're here until Thursday. We have two other calls for that purpose, and the other one for doing what needs to be done.
And I can even give you now the challenges. Yes. What are the challenges? Then you incubate solutions.
Thank you very much. We can have the faculty. Faculty, please, over here. I know others are playing. We have the faculty, please. Professor Mugambi. Professor Mugambi, kindly. Yes. Yes, take what all the faculty from Kenya. Please join. Yes, over Kenya. Kenya. All right, is that okay? Yes, please. Thank you very much. All of us listening. Yes, we have yes, to symbolize the collaboration between and the goods. Yes. Thank you very much.
All right, so we will combine two things when we go for lunch to allow only the keynote speaker and the first presentation for the afternoon because we have carried two sessions together and so that to allow the secretary to be back. We truly are honored. And thank you so much. Are you guys happy about this? This is the future of the world happening in Kenya, Nairobi. And remember, we have Microsoft here, we have Meta, we have Huawei, IBM, who others? Cisco, Dell, Oracle. This is the Convergent. And it's not too far where they have the offices. And Safaricom, our big tech guy, isn't it? So we're gonna allow the VC, the DVC, and our guests to be the first at the restaurant, and then we are following. Do we pray for lunch? All right, let me pray for lunch quickly. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you so much. We thank you for this success. And now we're going to fellowship over lunch. Bless us, bless the food, and let it be good in us. In Jesus' name, we do pray and believe. Amen. Please, sir. Yes. Thank you so much. Let's clap for our chief guests as they leave, together with our keynote speaker, Professor Kim, also Professor Kim Banku. We have several exits. We have 2 on the other side and 2 on this side. Feel free. They'll use this side, so you can be the first. 2:30. All right, so we will be back here by 2:20 to start off the other session at 2:30. So everybody to be in by 2:20 as we prepare the beginning of the other session at 2:30. All right, good afternoon. Distinguished academicians, we are back for the afternoon session, and we request all those that are outside and those that are joining online to be ready as we go to the first session of presentations of the academic papers. I will request please welcome Dr. Lim as he introduces the program for presentations. Let's clap and welcome him.
Hello everyone again. Hopefully you enjoyed our lunch. Okay, so our schedule actually was modified a little bit because of we had the secretary, the Madam Mary, and now we will start the first session. But before we start, I'm going to briefly introduce our program and schedule. So, Dr. Kim, can you please come to us? Yeah, so this is our program schedule. So we have mainly 3-day schedule, and then this is the first day now. So we have a total, and there are many papers to submit, and among them we select 49 total papers, and 21 papers from Kenya, and 21 papers from Korea, and 4 papers from the United States, and 1 paper from Taiwan, 1 paper from Italy, and 1 paper from Australia. So total, we are going to have 7 sessions total, and then today we have only 1 session left. So, and then we'll have the reception after the first session. So that's actually all the schedule we have today. And then tomorrow we have we start with the session 2 at 8:30 in the morning, and then we have a coffee break, and then session 3, 4, 5, and then we have a banquet in the night. And then last day, Thursday, we will start with the session 6. Also same location here, Elysian Conference Room, and then we'll have a session 7. And then in the afternoon, we'll move to the PIU, and at the PIU, we will have a keynote session 2, and also there are some ceremonies, and also like including donations and some activities already scheduled. So that's what we will do at PIU. So this is just a quick overview of our schedule. And then among the 7 sessions now today, we'll start session 1. Okay, so yeah, that's and then since our schedule was a little bit mixed now, so I'm going to introduce our conference a little more at the reception tonight. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Niklin, for introducing the schedule for the next 3 days. Now, the schedule of the first session is none other than Professor Park, who will guide and lead this session. Please welcome and clap for Professor Park. Professor Park is at the university in Seoul called Sejong University. He's a famous king who transformed Korea by removing barriers of society and put them together. They have to work together by creating Korean language and Korean culture. So their university is that famous university, and actually they are doing it because they have a lot of foreigners
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Welcome again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your introduction, even not only for me, but also our university. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first session of this conference. As I mentioned before, my name is Kyung Park from Chosun University. I'm really honored, I'm really pleased to be in charge of a session chair of the first session of this conference. You know, during this session, 9 papers will be published, presented during this session. And so I think this session is very meaningful and this is unique because all of the presentation will be proceeding offline, not online. So we can make a discussion and we can make a community to the presentation. So from now, we will start the first paper. The first paper, the title is The Determination of a Mechanical Property of RB2NA TIBR6 via Computer Simulation. This paper will be presented by the Elkanah Lugut. Elkanah Lugut, is there a person? Okay. Okay, so this is first presentation, so we need your power. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the presenter.
Okay, thanks, Chair, for the introduction. As you have heard, my name is Elkanah Rugut. I'm from Pioneer International University, from the Faculty of Education. So,
Okay, so we need a cold break time. So is there already? Okay, I can give you the microphone. You did, okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back up, please back with big hand.
Yes, thanks once again, Prof, for the introduction. So my name is Elkanah Rugut. So I will go straight to the presentation. So my title is on determination of mechanical properties of a compound that consists of rubidium, sodium, thallium, and bromine. And this work was done via computer simulation. So let me go straight to, let me go straight to the aim. So the aim of this work was to evaluate the structural and mechanical properties of this material, whereby this material is in cubic phase and it's a compound that we sometimes refer to as a double perovskite. Oh, sorry. So the motivation of this work is that at the moment there is no studies reported on the mechanical properties of this compound, which thus forms the novelty of this work. So also, that being said, this work will guide future researchers on the fundamental structural and mechanical properties of this material. Then for the specific objectives, the first one will be to look at the optimized equilibrium structure. Say that for us to say, if this being a modeling work, you have to know if this model mimics the real thing. Then further, we will look at the second objective, which is the main work of this study, which is on the mechanical properties. So being a simulation, we got our structural model from the materials project database, which is available online. Then we combined those structural model which is basically the atomic arrangement of the compound with other simulation inputs familiar for the software which I use. Then we undertaken the structural perturbation, whereby the size of the atoms in the box or the lattice parameters was conveyed, which we did about 13 calculations so that we could determine the optimized structure. Then we now move to the second objective, which was to do the mechanical properties, whereby we subject this material to mechanical perturbations so that we could obtain a stiffness matrix. Then that stiffness matrix was then analyzed using online platform, which is called Elite Tensor Analyzer, so that we could get properties of interest, such as independent elastic coefficients, which are denoted by C subscript IG, then the bulk modulus, which is denoted by B, the shear modulus, and others. So also, we have to look at how these simulations were done. So it was done using a commercial software which is known as Vienna Ab Initio Simulation Package, otherwise known as VASP. So the exchange correlation that we used was the PBE-SOL exchange correlation functional. Then Brillouin zone was sampled using a 6x6x6 chi-point grid. It's uniform because this is a cubic structure. The value of the lattice parameter in X, Y, and Z directions are the same. Then the plane wave basis energy cutoff was set to 520 electron volts. And for us to get our final calculation, which is on elastic properties or mechanical properties, we use the strain approach to compute such. Then we look at the first part of the objective, which was on structural properties. So as you can see, the diagram on the left is the crystallographic representation of this material, whereby the blue atom at the center is sodium atom. The cyan ones represents the rubidium atom. The brown represents the bromine, and the gray ones represents thallium. So for us to do the structural calculations, we did about 13 sets of calculation, whereby you can see in that table at the center, you can see the first column is for A, which is the lattice parameter. So the lattice parameter, which is basically the size of the box, was varied, and calculation was done to completion so that one can extract the total energy value, which is on the second column. Then, having obtained about 13 sets of such calculation, we plotted a graph of energy versus the lattice parameter, which is sometimes known as the Beach-Monaghan equation of state, so that we could get the optimized lattice parameter. So basically, you can see it's kind of a loop. So the ones that give us the optimized lattice parameter will be the lattice point whereby the ground state energy is low, which is basically the lowest point of that graph. From the bottom. So we obtained the structural parameters, say that our lattice parameter was obtained to be about 11.13 angstroms. Then this being a cubic structure, for you to compute the volume, it will be basically a cube of the lattice parameter in one of the direction. So our volume was obtained to be 78.75 cubic angstroms, which we can compare with the ones given in materials project, whereby the lattice parameter in the the lattice parameter was 11.30 angstrom, which you can see that the values are comparable, they are close. So we can attribute that slight difference to the exchange correlation functional used. say that for our case, we use a PB Sol, as I stated in the methodology, but for the materials project, they use a PB functional. Then, having looked at the lattice parameter, we also computed the cohesive energy, which is denoted by E subscript core, whereby this was in electron volts per atom. And you can see that we got a value of negative 2.6 electron volts, which in the physical meaning, this signifies that this material is thermodynamically stable. It cannot dissociate onto the elemental components. As you saw from the title, it's a combination of 4 elements. So also, having known the volume of the material and we know the mass, we can easily compute the density, which is denoted by rho in grams per centimeter cube. So that marks the end of the first objective, which was on structural properties. Then we now move to the mechanical properties, whereby in that case, the material was subjected to mechanical perturbation. And this was done via introduction of small stress and strain, so that we can get for each stress there is a strain from the Hooke's law. So once you do, for the structural properties, we did 13 calculations. But for the mechanical properties, we only need a single point calculations. Once you have done the calculation, in the output file, you will get such a matrix, which is a 6 by 6 tensor. You can see on the left hand of that, of that kind of equation, whereby you can see there are some, for you to define the mechanical properties of a cubic structure, you only need 3 independent elastic coefficients. That is C11, C12, and C44. This being a highly symmetric material. But for the low symmetry, like the orthorhombic, you will need more than 3 to define its mechanical properties. So if we equate that with the computed values on the right-hand side, you can see that our C11 is equivalent to about 45.42 gigapascals, and C12 is about 11.1 gigapascals, and C44 is low, which is about 4.68 gigapascals. So normally, after computing the mechanical properties, you can use the dependent elastic coefficient to determine if a material is mechanically stable, like if it's subjected to stress and strain, is it stable enough? So for you to do that, you will verify if the computed elastic coefficients fulfill those three equations, whereby we can say that in our case, all the 3 conditions are fulfilled, meaning this material is mechanically stable. Then still, having obtained the independent elastic coefficients, one can substitute such equations to get the Poisson's ratio denoted by nu and Zener anisotropic factor denoted by A, whereby our values were such. So I've already talked of the independent elastic coefficient. Then for you to know if this material is ductile or brittle, you can compute the B over G ratio, which in our case we got 2.78, which is greater than 1.75, meaning this material is ductile, it's not brittle. Then for the Poisson's ratio, we got a value of 0.34, which implies that the metallic bonds are stronger in this system compared to covalent bonds. And to conclude, this material is thermodynamically stable and also mechanically stable, and the metallic bonds are stronger, and it is ductile. And we computed the Zener anisotropy factor to be not equal to 1, signifying its anisotropy. Then lastly, I would like to acknowledge PIU for the support infrastructure, the CHPC where these calculations were done, and the conference organizers for the platform, and you, the audience, for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So if you have a question, I can give you the microphone. We can take over 1 or 2 questions to this paper. If you have a question. I have a question. I'd like to give you some question. It's just, actually, I'm a newbie in chemical and mechanical engineering. So the material they analyze is basically what material is used for something.
Yes, for this case, this is a work in progress. At this point, the results are up to stability. But the main point was to look at factors beyond that, which is the application, whereby we were looking if this material is good for thermoelectric applications, whereby those are materials that can easily convert thermal energy to electrical energy. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. So when you talk about those chemical reactions, then I just saw about your methodologies, then you're going to use some specific model of the chemical particles. Then based on that, you are going to calculating some energies, right? Yes. So do you have any idea about maybe the formation, maybe different to each other? So do you have anything like some experience for applying different chemical structure on that same compound or something like that?
Yes, you mean composition?
Yeah, composition.
Yes, normally, for you to do to play with the composition, we normally call that doping, whereby you play with the number of atoms in the box. So at this point, we do not do the doping, but it's still a work on progress.
Work on progress. So that's why it is maybe you have some chance to find out new organizations in the mechanical way, right?
Yes, but still you can play with the number of atoms, but still you have to ensure that they are stable. So you may play by tempering the atomic arrangements and realize that you are not getting what you intend.
Okay, then the other question, how much you need those computational power for calculating this?
Yes, thanks for that question. So this work was done using high-performance computer architecture, which is located in Cape Town, South Africa. So this needs some memory. Yes, it needs a faster computer and also some memory, which you cannot do using your laptop. Yes.
Okay, thank you for great question and great answer. Ladies and gentlemen, make a big round to the presenter. Okay, let's move to the next paper. The next paper, the title of the paper is Algorithm Development of Program Analysis of East Asian Mathematics for the 1900s. So this paper will be presented by the Gwang-Chul Lim, doctor. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll make a big hand to the Dr. Gwang-Chul Lim.
First thing, my English is very weak. Sorry. This research is an important thing of Asian mathematics using IT protocol. Okay. Sorry. starting with algebra, East Asian mathematics has a significant degree of capacity. Mathematics education provides around the world basic geometry that developed mainly in the West, and the logic has also developed around the deductive method. It is another exaggeration to say that the logic of programming implemented by dialectic dominates the academic world at the present time when artificial intelligence and metaverse has become daily life. Therefore, in this paper, experiment was conducted to transform the algebraic technique of Eastern mathematics, which has developed around the development of the logic of dialectic into the form of the modern programming and algorithm. The program using Eastern mathematics show faster computation results that combination algebraic because they were centered on simple calculation. This part is an introduction part that is very different thing for you. In Korea has a user idea for first time in this lesson. It says the concept of 구고현 theorem. You know Pythagoras theorem. Pythagoras theorem is a square plus b square plus c square. Then same thing is 구고현 theorem. 구고현 is East Asian mathematical theorem of geometric thing. China lists 1000 BC or 3000 BC from now. Pythagoras discovered the theorem around 500 BC, and the first East Asian theorem is maybe 500 or 600 years ago. And starting in the 60,000 Japan, the theorem is called the Lucas theorem. The Pythagoras theorem is same thing. That the name is different. In East Asian is 구고현, and French or Belgium called Rousseau theorem. Same theorem, but name is different. Similarly, Japan, which collect the Chosun math book, is 15,000 or 60,000 years. Chosun catch the Japan catch the Chosun's math book and developed the Hwasan. The Japanese said Hwasan. Chosun said Chosun's name is 개평. 개평 theorem is Japan said Hwasan, and Western name is matrix. Matrix is started in East Asia, but is Chinese and Joseon, then to Japan. Japan said Hwasan, and say the Seki Takakazu. Seki Takakazu, they called Hwasan making matrix. Then Western people say matrix. Matrix is a very important thing of IT system. This study is aimed to transform mathematical technique using East Asian algorithm using this dialectic and verified expectation. This is an example. This solving is 54756 square of solve that is called root. Square root. Maybe root 2 is 1.414. Same thing. Root 3 is 1.703. But this example is 54756. Making square value is 274. And then we cut here boundary 56, 47, and 5. Okay, got it? And why two value boundary? That is 10 square 100. Middle 100. First time is near square value 2. We found it. And 2 by 2 is 4. Okay. And 2 plus 2 is 2 by 2 value is position 4. And 5 minus 4 is 1. Okay. 2 plus 2 is 4. And then we find it 2. Position. Next time, last round 47 down and make 146. And near square value, find 3, 4 is 3, multiple 4 is 3 by 3. Then value is 129. And 147 minus 198 is 18. And we find 3.46. Then 46 plus 2 is 46. And last two value 56 down. And 1,856 making like next value. And near square value 4, 6 and find 4. 4, 6, 4, 5, 1,856. Then for position 4. And we found it 274 is 54756 square value is 204. Find it. Then we use plus, minus, multiple, just 3 operations. Just 3 operations. But you know, square value finding method is Newton or Smith. Then using more derivative. But this is just plus, minus, multiple. Very simple thing. And it make a program algorithm using AI system or metabolic system. Then the system is very simple and low cost. As a result of research using the amount of computation, calculation cycle, important in the field of computer science. It's the main purpose. Addition can be performed in 2 or 4 cycles, multiplication in 2 or 5 cycles, and the square root to take a 15 to 70 cycle or more. Therefore, research is mainly required to increase the speed of a square root calculation. Modern algorithm for square root calculation include SRT algorithm or Newton-Raphson algorithm and Goldsmith algorithm. And the Newton-Raphson and Goldsmith algorithm define the respective expansion and perform respective operation using approximation as initial value to reduce error. Each iteration reduces error is in proportion to the scale. So it's an advantage for the fast calculation speed but the true value cannot be calculated. This contents of the open evaluation method covered in this study was in Korean middle school third years. And they study middle school third year middle school and study square root. And this method using adding to subtracting the simulation primacy education was used in calculation process. Additionally, it can be seen the open evaluation method is the basis of today's problem of finding the square root by using the open scale to obtain the length and width by dividing the multiplication formula in modern mathematics. The large scale square method, or the sum of different in area, length, and width is calculated in line with the open scale method. Development of the various computational algorithms and editorial system using them completed those. This study is expected to play a significant role in computing its legitimate self-esteem of scientific technology installations. And they so sorry my English is weak. 한국 분들 한국어로 질문해 주시면 오시면 수월하게 말씀할 수 있습니다.
Okay, thank you very much. As your presenter mentioned, you can give the question in Korean, or I can translate to you.
Thank you, Professor. I know while we were coming from the Mara, one of the questions you kept asking me was if we have a traditional African way of how to count. And yes, we do. We in the traditional African way, we devised a way of how to count. Because there was a need, we could count our animals and then tell them into groups. I know also the Asians had a similar traditional way of counting, and courtesy of that now grew developed to the modern day mathematics. I'm wondering what the need was in contemporary Asia that you really need to start counting and getting the root of many things. That time, I know now the root square root, as we get modern, getting the square root or the cube root of things is very important. I was just wondering the reasons why, what motivated the contemporary Asian society to start this complex mathematics. Was there a need for that? Thank you.
Thank you. I wish you find traditional mathematics in Africa. I wish. Then it's make your pride, I think.
Okay, I have also a question. So do you have any plan to realize your scheme in a software manner? Because I think your proposed scheme and the explained scheme is very friendly in the parallelism computer. So in a word, in 1 million, 10 billion transistors inside the chip, can you rewrite your scheme in Okay, thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, make a big hand to Bridget. It's a turn to make a contribution. Free paper. So third paper is transforming waste to resources, blockchain technology. So this paper will be presented by the buyer and the solicitor and Chanero and Joshua. So it is. Okay. So for space we will be explaining here the time we will make a present. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, big hand to Brian.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kangede Mushiri, and I'll be presenting the paper on transforming municipal waste to resource through blockchain technology. We are going to look at the challenges in traditional waste management systems, the empirical review, our proposed methodology, our carbon credit calculation formula, and token allocation. A survey we conducted, the key findings, the goals and objectives, and finally, the conclusion and future outlook. In today's society, understanding waste management and its challenges is essential. And also, finding or exploring new technologies such as blockchain technology in its core strengths, transparency, and traceability. By harnessing these abilities, we can be able to create a system that improves data collection, monitors the whole system, and through this, we can improve collaboration among stakeholders, improve responsible waste management systems, and implement circular economy principles. So the challenges that we encounter in Kenya is there is limited knowledge. People lack the proper know-how on how to properly dispose of their waste. Source level segregation, this is a major issue whereby once the waste collectors have a very tedious process of collecting the mixed waste and trying to sort it afterwards. Another one is excessive generation. As our population increases, waste does tend to increase, hence by stressing the system. Also, the lack of a tracking technology to track waste once it has been collected, and accountability issues. The lack of responsibility among various stakeholders is also an issue. So in that, we conducted our research, and among the various research papers we went through, one was on a paper that highlighted the tracking of waste from origin to disposal. It highlighted how hazardous waste can be monitored from collection, from the point of origin, eventually to the disposal. And also the contemporary approach where you introduce systems such as GPS, GIS, and GMS for remote sensoring. These can help in waste generation and to also optimize route collections. Also, on another focus is our waste-to-energy solution-based systems. If you think on how much Kenya alone generates organic waste, all this ends up as a landfill and viewed as waste. But if we turn our minds in a way, we view it as a resource and can be used to generate either biogas or energy that can be used again in the society, this can reduce the impact of irresponsible waste. The challenges that we encountered was the researchers highlighted that implementing this system on a really large scale will be a complex issue. So I would like us, if I'll be able to use the pointer, a minute. This is our proposed methodology. And the system we designed the system to have four different kinds of accounts. In that, everybody can have an account that they can use depending on their level of involvement. There is an contributor account, the waste collectors, manufacturers, and consumers. So we are thinking on it for those who generate waste, will be the contributors to contribute their waste to the system. Once the system has the waste, it is pushed to the waste collectors who identify where the waste has originated and where it's been taken to. From there, we extract the valuable resources of this waste, and the materials that are used to convert it into new byproduct that can be sold back to the end consumers. So the aim of this system is combine recycling, resource mapping, and blockchain technology. And the goals will be to optimize resource utilization, increase transparency, and encourage participation. in that we shall benefit in resource conservation, environmental conservation, and of course, improve stakeholder engagement. To do so, we have to come up with smart contracts in the system, in the blockchain system. In these, different roles will be given to the waste generators, contributors, and manufacturers. The blockchain will track material through digital passport from point of origin to disposal. And the benefits, of course, is to increase recycling throughout. The challenges of this system, of course, will be a technical issue where we'll have to have a full stakeholder participation and conduct education to educate people on how the system will work. From there, we came up with the waste recycling rewards. This is the incentivization part of the system. So we, at the moment, the system, the current practices is a way to determine how the resources that are gained from the waste can be turned into currencies or money. But there is no digital way to tabulate this. So we came up with a formula that can turn all these various kinds of solid waste into tangible currencies. As you can see from the example above, we took different kinds of organic waste, tabulated it through our system, and we came up with the tokens. From there, we turned the tokens into coins, which can later on be converted into the currency, in this case, the Kenyan shilling. We also conducted a survey to survey various stakeholders on their perception and views of the implementation of blockchain into the system. Among the questions we had were their level of computer skills, the awareness in blockchain, and implementation of blockchain abilities into the waste management. The good thing about Kenya is that we have a large young population, and they are conversant with modern technologies, and they do understand how blockchain technology can be used. The concerns they raised were the system might be complex, and data privacy and security were among the issues they raised. Positive feedback we got was the incentivization part, where we turn their waste into a tangible resource they can see, and of course the environmental benefits the system offers. The key findings were that we did a small pilot project in Kiambu, and we found that by mixing the organic waste with animal waste, such as cow dung or poultry, we were able to increase the amount of biogas that is generated. Also, by modifying the biodigesters to continually stir the solution inside, increased the amount of biogas that was generated. We also surveyed various scrapyards across the country, that is in Nairobi and Kiambu, and we found that as much as we are emphasizing on segregating the waste at the source, additional sorting is done at these areas, whereby different recycling companies specify what they require from these places. So to give an example, if you give paper waste, these waste collectors will sort these paper waste into 3 other categories: the white paper, the brown paper or the cartons, then the paper plastics, which has both elements, the plastic and paper. So in the proposed system, we think of collecting this waste, processing it initially, preheating it, and adding it into the digester to create energy. From this energy, we sell it back to the system, hereby implementing the element of a circular economy. So our goals and objectives is to enhance transparency and traceability. We can know where the waste originated and where the waste will eventually end up. In that, we reduce illegal dumping sites, and also resource recovery. We find in a world where resources are becoming more scarce, we have to use or better utilize what we have today. The other one is to implement the blockchain platform into the existing infrastructure, and to promote public awareness through participation in waste resource initiatives. To conclude, mine is to change our minds from viewing waste as not waste, but as a resource that can better be used to serve us, And in a world where resources are becoming more scarce, we can embrace the idea that everything cannot go to waste, and the circular economy principles can better be used to change our world for a more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank I think the traceability and integrity is very, very future in the blockchain. So in this scenario, I think the traceability and integrity is a very important thing. But if we the real scenario, how can we verify the major original data is from now? Because with data is we can provide traceability, but the original data, how can I verify this major data is correct or not? Is there any scheme or is there any solution to solve the problem?
Through the data that we collect. So we are thinking on how we can use the data we collect to better improve the system, to understand where are the major sources of waste that are currently in our city settings. Where does a lot of waste is being generated? Is it in industrial scales or is it in commercial entities? In that, we can be able to allocate resources, whether it is the collection trucks or where to set up a facility to do the recycling. Yes.
Work. So do you have any real plan to realize this kind of system?
Yes, at the moment, through the help of school, my students and my director, we have started a small mentoring project where we shall be collecting organic waste from 3 markets in Kiambu, and then turn this into energy that we can sell back. Okay. At the same time, we are coming up with a purification system that will be able to purify the gas and compress the gas into cylinders so people can be able to buy the gas at an affordable price.
Okay, thank you. So, we have a question.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Actually, in Korea, we have many projects like this. So waste management, applying blockchain for those kind of public sector. But do you have any consideration about stakeholders? So during your presentation, you are talking about the stakeholders should participate fully, right? Any consideration of the stakeholders for the blockchain itself?
Yes, we want to implement everybody into the system where everybody has a role to play, because if the government will be getting this data so as to understand the patterns of waste and how people behave to it. At the same time, in order to be able to create a platform whereby all the stakeholders are involved, that's why we are proposing the incentivization aspect in the system, where the waste that you contribute can be tabulated into currencies, or if you deposit a certain amount of waste into the system, there is a token that is allocated into you. And of course, other initiatives like, let's say we decide to go to a certain street that is waste and we clean. That level of involvement and an extra point to the actors of these schemes.
Yes. Okay, so something like that. So this is just a comment for you. So actually, we can implement the blockchain like that, but the thing is, the main purpose of the blockchain is not for controlling all those things. So basically, you have the centralized database, you can control those services anyway. So I recommend you to implement the entire system with a centralized database first. Then only some part if you want to distribute those data in a secure way, then apply blockchain. Anyway, blockchain take lots of resources. That's one. So yeah, this is just a comment.
Thank you for the comment. Just to highlight more, currently in Kenya, you find that the people who are involved in the waste industry are somehow autonomous. They are not under the government or the municipalities. So in a way, they prefer to remain in their own ways of doing things, if I can put it that way. So when you find that if the blockchain, because it is a decentralized way of collecting data, okay, all these, in order for us to be able to bring them under one centralized system, will have a lot of convincing to do. So we thought of how can we implement it at first, at how the system is currently. Then, as we move along in phases, we try and bring them all together into one. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. One more question? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Mugambi. Anguksara manyongaseyo. Mugambi Kisoyo. I studied in Chosun University. One more thing, I think, when you were talking, you concentrated so much on solid waste. One time I visited Dubai, and you know the waste from the toilets. We've not talked about that. Where new technology is not the waste from the toilet. Exhausters, where the exhausters are going to miss work. Because you've talked about digesters. These guys in Dubai, you see them turning the waste from the toilet. It becomes drinking water. Use it for farming, and their country is very, very green. And one of the things that I think the solid waste, as you said, there are so many free work collections. So also just a comment, include that waste from the toilet, how you convert it to recycling. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll make a big hand to the presenter. We know to limited time. So. Okay, I think it's a very good direction of this conference because our session is more interactive, and by sharing your research experience, that which make it possible to make the discussion more interesting to work. So let's move to the next paper. So this paper is, the title of the paper is AI generated content in diffusion models image, and this paper is presented by the Sebom Lee and Professor Chang Chue. So when he prepared the first screen of the presentation. Ready? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, make a big hand to the Sebom Lee.
Okay, hello, this is Sebom Lee. I'm in the Intelligent Information Processing Lab at Chosun University. Today, I would like to explain the needs of technology in AI-generated content in diffusion model-based image editing. The order of presentation will be from introduction to conclusion. The diffusion model have become a powerful tool in AI-generated content, especially for creating and editing images. This model utilized advanced techniques to produce high-quality visual outputs. Diffusion model first appeared in 2020 as known as paper DDPM. The full name is Denoising Diffusion Probabilistic Model. This paper organized formulas that we can use it easily. So from 2020 to 2022, diffusion models focused on generating images from input data. And after the introduction of the stable diffusion in 2022, diffusion models have been used in various areas such as class-guided image generation or super resolution. Especially since last year, there has been a repeat in classes in interest in applying diffusion models for image editing tasks. Indeed, as you can see in the right figure, there has been many publication papers on editing image text. Only 1 or 2 years. Therefore, this paper aims to examine the core ideas of diffusion models and propose methods for image editing. First, we understand how generative models create images. Generative models learn the distributions of the input data and generate images by sampling from distribution, the left under the left figure. Once a generative model estimates and learns the pixel distribution of the images, distribution graph is produced like that. Samples are drawn from the highest part of the learned distribution, where the likelihood is highest. By using the values with the highest likelihood, we can obtain images similar to the real images, like original. As you can see in the figure, the right side, generated models such as GANs and diffusion model basically use this method. But in generation models, have 3 dilemmas. So we need to check these dilemmas and choose the right method for our task. First, GANs can quickly generate high-quality images, but it is too hard to produce a variety of images. Second, diffusion models can generate a variety of high-quality images, but it makes images very slow because it has too many GPU resources. Last, validation of the encoders and normalization flows so we can generate images quickly and variety, but they might be hard to produce high-quality images. Among these 3 generation methods, the denoising diffusion model is capable of image editing. So we choose this model and need to simply understand the core ideas of the model. Diffusion model operates based on microchain. This means it relies on a discrete probability process that has microprobability. The microprobability means that the probability of a specific state at time t plus 1 depends only on the current state at time t. For example, the event at S10 happens solely based on the probability of the event S9. The core idea of the diffusion model is to gradually add noise to an image and learn to reverse process to generate high-quality samples from complex distributions. In other words, creating an image from noise with one step, generator and distributor. A diffusion model creates an image by incrementally removing noise through multiple steps. Diffusion process adds noise to an image until it becomes pure Gaussian noise. The denoising process is about removing the Gaussian noise state to restore the images. This means that the fourth process, that is the fourth process is the blue one. is simply determined by mathematics, but the network learns how much noise is legal. The formula for adding and leaving noise is a little bit complex, so they are in the paper, so please refer to them. The image below shows the generation process of diffusion models with linear, sigmoid, and quadratic functions. The amount of noise convergence varies according to the function. Through this, we can see how diffusion models generate images. The current popular diffusion model based on pre-trained clip and UNet model to implement a conditional image generation method. The pre-trained clip model can input image 2 dimension and text 1 dimension. From this method, text-to-image generation approach is developed, so we can now apply the diffusion model using the conditions. As mentioned earlier, it is possible to use super resolution, and it can edit images by adjusting prompts. The model structure is shown in the figure. I will explain it briefly. The left background is the auto encoder. This section input images and output the generated images. The middle background is the latent diffusion models as shown in the figure. A UNet model is used. The marked with the red box represents the condition input section. This section it can edit image text using conditions. The conditions feature are used inside the diffusion model for close attention mechanism. This paper is a representative example of a text editing generative model. It uses cross-attention mechanism during the diffusion process. This helps control which pixels are influenced by the prompt text tokens. This can allow for the editing to images. As shown in the figure, it can caption-based applications are possible. For example, the left side is the original image and right is the generation image. The orange was changed to chocolate through the text, and the caption made of candies was added to transform the images. This paper has decided to focus on applying to image text editing in the conditional section. For example, so we add a structure that allows for the input of text and class information to generative images. For example, there is a sentence about a cat wearing a helmet. We know that we need the location and class information for the cat and the helmet. In other words, we need bounding box composed of 2 pieces of information, location and class. So the red, blue, and green box is the location information of the bounding boxes. Class information such as cat wearing helmet is transformed into text embedding using a text token. Next, the location information of the bounding boxes are converted into vectors using a formular transformer. Then we can combine the class information and bounding box information to token. If we add this token as a condition in the diffusion model, the red boxes in front of that, we could fully edit the object using text. The limitation of this paper is clear. Adding the module that can edit text requires substantial GPU resources. So the method is currently under experiment, and we are waiting for the result. This is the limitation of this paper, so we refine the model based on the outcomes. The contributions of this paper are as follows. Research of image generation and editing using diffusion models is being conducted across many fields. They explored ideas about diffusion models and methods for editing images by conditions. Editing images through text involves preserving semantic and sentence structures, so editing text requires ongoing manual research. Thank you for listening to the presentation, and please tell me if you have any questions. Thank you.
First of all, I just want to echo the research. It is an area that is very important. As an example, I am part of a team that is working on an online university to teach online. And this is one of the areas that we need. Now, generating image from text to image is not a problem. The problem we have is when you are taking an existing image. Either if you don't take Creative Commons, because we always use Creative Commons, right? What if you take somebody's image and alter that, and turn it to a different image? Doesn't that amount to infringement of property rights? So how do you go around changing an image that is not Creative Commons so that you do not infringe patent rights? Because those images belong to somebody, right? So if you alter them, because that's one of the issues that we are having now, we are forced to get licenses from every image that you duct and alter so that you can use it as a learning material. So do you have a way of going around that?
First, I experiment the data set is MS COCO data set, and I think generating AI about you make generate images is. I'm sorry, I'm too difficult to speak English. So first, okay, sorry. No, thank you for very well. I used to do famous method instead. I think generative images is now very high quality in now. So adding to text about the generative another thing is very important in these times. And that after that it is need for the generative videos is need to these techniques. Thank you.
So we have many time. If you can make a discussion, make a time. Ladies and gentlemen, please okay, let's move to the next paper. So this paper, the title is Pure God, Enhancing Threat Intelligence National Automation for Cybersecurity Defense. So this paper is presented by Vincent and Bill and Wilfredo. So if we prepare some first screen of the presentation, we will give a big hand. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big hand to present.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Vincent Wanya, and project is about threat intelligence. The topic is threat intelligence with machine learning-based automation for cybersecurity defense. In today's digital world, cyber threats are growing both in frequency and sophistication. Traditional threat detection methods are often reactive and struggle to keep pace with the dynamic nature of cyber threats. And that results in significant vulnerabilities within the digital ecosystem. Our research was to address these issues by integrating machine learning into threat intelligence. And that proactive approach aimed to provide more robust and effective cybersecurity defense. The current landscape of threat intelligence faces several critical challenges. Firstly, there is a significant difficulty in identifying unknown indicators of compromise, which are crucial for detecting new threats. Secondly, existing systems often lack automation in the production of categorized threat indicators, making them slow and inefficient. Our research aims to overcome those challenges by introducing a machine learning-based solution that automates and enhances direct detection and response. Our research is driven by three main objectives. The first objective was to demonstrate the efficacy of machine learning-based automation in improving threat intelligence processes. The second objective was to showcase how integrating our proposed solution, that is Convergent, can enhance defense when integrated with the intrusion detection system and intrusion prevention system. The third objective was to evaluate the effectiveness of the model using various metrics such as detection rate, false positive rate, and overall accuracy. Achieving those objectives demonstrated the potential of our approach in providing more effective cybersecurity defense. SecureGuard is a proposed solution that integrates machine learning into threat intelligence, specifically utilizing algorithms that is isolation forest and k-nearest neighbor algorithms. Those algorithms helped in automating the analysis of behavioral logs within security operation centers, enabling quicker and more effective identification of threats. By leveraging advanced techniques, SecureGuard aimed to provide or enhance the detection and mitigation of cyber threats. And then this was the system architecture. The first step is the data collection. The process started with the collection of data from various sources, such as logs, network traffic, and other security-related information. That data was then forwarded to data ingestion component, which prepared it for analysis. The tasks that were involved in the data ingestion component were normalization, formatting, and filtering. And then that data was forwarded to behavioral log analysis, which conducted anomaly detection to identify suspicious activities. And then the results of those findings were fed to machine learning model component, which analyzed threats and also included identification of known indicators of compromise and unknown indicators of compromise. So the results of that analysis from machine learning model was to be fed to threat intelligence production component, which ensured that the intrusion detection system and intrusion detection prevention system were aware of the identified threats. The IDS and HIDS collaborated by sharing threat intelligence and the defense measures. Then those alerts together with the alerts generated by IDS and HIDS together along with other related information were displayed in the results display component. Then isolation forest was one of the key algorithms that used for anomaly detection. It operated in two main stages. The first stage was training. During training stage, the algorithm constructed isolation trees using some samples of the dataset. Those trees helped in identifying behavior patterns within the data. And in the second stage, that is anomaly scoring stage, each data point was scored based on its path length. The data points with short path lengths were considered as anomalies. So that method was highly effective in identifying unusual patterns that indicated potential threats. And then these are visualizations of how SecureGuard differentiated between normal and anomalous access patterns. Security analysts can use these visualizations to quickly identify suspicious activities. The graph on the right side of the slide is a visual representation that can help analysts easily spot and easily spot potential threats and take appropriate actions. So the ability to visualize anomalies in real time can be crucial for effective threat detection and response. Then is the high-risk intrusion prevention system, which was designed using a tree-like model that employed significant security features for detecting anomalies. The model consisted of a multi-level tree structure with internal nodes representing decision points and leaf nodes representing classification outcomes. The tree was trained using features that had high importance scores, ensuring accurate and efficient threat detection. The design allowed the high-risk to effectively classify data points and identify potential security threats. So the results of discussions, for us to evaluate the effectiveness of the model, we conducted an experiment and came up with 2 questions. The first question was, does the feature importance score and its corresponding ranking strategy of the SecureGuard model help to create a more generalized data-driven security model by minimizing the irrelevant characteristics in the security data set? The second question was, is the machine learning-based security model SecureGuard able to identify cyber breaches and deliver meaningful findings for test situations that had not yet been seen? So to answer the first question, we display the significance of each feature importance score in data and how it affected the model. Figure 4 illustrates how how each feature's computed score varied depending on how each feature affected the model or the target class, meaning that no two features in the same data set had the same final score. We chose every feature in the data set to meet a threshold value of 0.02, and we ultimately determined the top 14 features depending on their value of their feature importance score, which are displayed in table 2. So the final results, and in answering the second question, we used 80% of the available data set to implement the model, and the remaining 20% to test the model in order to determine the test cases that were not yet seen. Table 2 represents the accuracy, F-score, and precision, ensuring the model's efficacy in identifying anomalies or intrusions. Furthermore, the results are displayed in the ROC curve, that is the receiver operating characteristic curve. In conclusion, our research demonstrated that secure guarding is an effective solution for enhancing threat intelligence through machine learning-based automation. It improved threat detection rates, reduced false positives, and provided a robust defense against cyber threats. Moving forward, we aim to further refine the model and adapt it to new types of threats, ensuring continuous improvement in cybersecurity defenses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if you have any question, raise your hand and we'll give you the microphone. Oh, I have a question. You share your research experimental result in the graph number 3 and 4, and the important score to classify the malware. So could you share the graph one more time? Yes, that one. Yes, actually, one of my research interests is malware analysis by human. So currently, I'm analyzing the North Korean hacker, the malware. So when we perform the analyze the malware, when we by a human at the time, the first score and second score is API sequence and the statistics or DLL version or the compiler version, something like that. But in here, the ranking number 1 and number 2 is just something different when we perform the analysis by human. So how about your idea? How about your think about the experimental result? Because the human is different with the machine learning-based classification. How about your idea?
Please. Pardon, because it's like
when we perform the malware analysis by human, at the time we can classify malware. Oh, this malware is from the North Korean DCP or this Korean Andean, something like that. At the time, the more important main score is not network-based data, but this is most of the DLL statistics or compiler version, something like that. But your experimental result is most of the score, number 1, number 2 is network-based, for example, source byte and message byte. So this is completely different when you perform human, but this is judged by the machine learning scheme. Right? So how about your idea? Why this result is different?
Okay, first of all, I would like to give an example. In case of an intrusion system, you find that a system can take logs, and those logs can be stored somewhere. in a particular stage. So, in our case here, we try to, during the implementation, we used those security features from the data set to test the cases that the system can identify as anomalies, and those which can identify as normal patterns or points. So, for me to make for me to make these to be a human readable strings, this data should be converted into, it should follow a particular process to be converted into readable information.
What kind of data set are used to propose together? A data set.
Yeah, it was a security data set operation. Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. I also have a question about your implementation. So as you mentioned in your system model, you proposed to address implementation. So can you about how you approach address the implementation, what kind of data you use, and also what kind of actions will be taken?
You have said IPS.
Yeah.
Okay. So, intrusion prevention system is, in simple words, it's used to prevent attacks. So, once the system has identified anomalies or suspicious activities that deviate from maybe from the normal function of that system, it may indicate that that's a threat. So that system should just prevent or mitigate.
So my question is how to handle a situation where the model misses a genuine threat or traces an unnecessary threat.
Okay, for instance, this system, purposely, we created the model to identify unknown indicators of compromise. So, in case of an unknown threat, that system should be able to identify it.
Okay, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, please a big hand to the presenter. Most important role of session chair is to keep the time, right? So I make a question to the program chair of whether should we have a break time or not. So they say, oh, you can do it. So chef are making the dinner. So I will ask that for the finalize session. So we continue the appreciation. So next paper is Fashion Artificial Intelligence Robot Revolutionizing Personal Style Using Generative Adversarial Network Algorithm. So this paper is presented by the patient Kichi and Rifor Dodoyo and Teddy Okachi. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll make a big hand to her.
Good evening. Our research focused on a fashion AI robot revolutionizing personal style with using generative adversarial convolution algorithm. Okay, so just a minute. Okay, paper research was concerning fashion robot assistant. It has the introduction, generative-powered fashion robot assistant, computer vision in fashion, workflow optimization, virtual try-on technologies, system architecture, GAN architecture, experimental results, and future directions and conclusion. On introduction, basically, the world of fashion right now, it's implementing on AI. So the difference with this research paper, we had to add a robotic system to offer style advice, trend insights, using natural processing language, style exploration. We bridge creativity and technology inside our research paper. So the challenges in our research, we researched the consumer challenges, designer challenges, and technical limitations. Basically, when we're researching about how to use the generative adversarial GAN with the robot, we're navigating personally on the trends that will help the designers to make the workflow very easy, designer challenges to face complex trend forecasting, efficient workflow based on the data we gathered and existing data. So on the generative powered fashion robot, it had 4 segments, which is image generation. GAN enabled, the GAN we used created realistic image through expanding the data set we used. The virtual try-on, let me show you basically using this video. It's not clicking. Okay, I'll show you last time. Okay. So it's supposed to style you. Sorry. And give you style recommendation. In computer vision, we used image recognition, garment processing, color palette suggestion, visual playground. What I mean by this is like it created images and capabilities to style your design and color palettes. Okay. So we contained the workflow optimization for the designers. It had the material selection, trend forecasting, design iteration, production planning. AI offered a recommendation for the materials using the robot to create a system that is available and cost-effective. And it created a trend forecast using the algorithms, using our data sets that we created. Also, it generated design iteration and production planning, and yes, it created a production planning for the fashion designers and the stylists. So on the virtual try-on, we had 3 types of data. It was like we had paired virtual try-on, unpaired virtual try-on, GAN enhanced try-on. On paired, we used transfer in-shop garments onto reference, and it was highly accurate and it was efficient. The unpaired transferred between 2-person image without in-shop data. What I mean is there was this data that was not for paired people, but it worked and created a flexible and scalable ball outfits, GAN enhanced try-on, which combines both approaches of the architecture, which improve the realism and diverse style options. The system architecture of the robot used GAN integration, computer vision, virtual experimentation tools, and user interface. The GAN augmented the system capabilities by generating synthetic fashion images, doubling the data size and enhancing diversity. When it came to computer vision, it gave image classification and style generated images, and the virtual try-on gave a broader range of clothing options. The user interface was seamless according to the tryouts we tried. So we had the generative modeling for the fashion design robot, which was image generation. The robot itself harnessed to create synthetic fashion images. And then it had feature extraction using convolution neural networks and natural processing, language and semantic analysis. You could talk to the robot, yes, and it will give you your personalized style. Recommendations, suggestions, using collaborative content-based filtering. So a proposed methodology was to use mainly generative adversarial networks to create a system or a robot that will create adverse styles. The GAN architecture for fashion had two, which is the deep convolution GAN and the style GAN. The deep convolution GAN enabled realistic styling. The formula below shows the width outside, the width inside, and the filtering the size. The P represent the padding size of the users. The height inside, outside, also filtering and padding size to maintain image resolution through layers. The style GAN used to create precise image and create image that will give the right color and texture for the designers. So on our experiments and data sets, we used 3 data sets, which was my personal verified data set, which was generating 20,254 garments split into 10,139. We did tests and it worked. So use fretted inception distance to give out the layout of the try-ons. So the experimental results contain the performance matrix, human evaluation, and user satisfaction. The first chat inception scored high quality and realism of the generated fashion image compared to the real data sets. Human evaluation from the people we used to do the virtual try-on validated the system effectiveness. Feedback of the user testing improved the recommendation and the styles. Future directions and conclusion. Improved data collection. Basically, right now, the system can give data sets that we are using and the data that we are using, but we're trying to implement data from all countries. Robust error handling. There are some errors when generating the virtual try-ons. And the demographic analysis, checking the age of the people who would like to use fashion designers and stylists. So we tried asking the audience which age and who will adopt to the system. Perception studies. We used AI-generated fashion models for their craftsmanship. Thank you, and I would also like to show the video of the virtual try-on, but it's not. Trying to say about the virtual trial. It was basically to show how you can generate the the styling, everything, and ask the stylist and try outfits using the robotic system. And it can generate the whole body and everything according to your preference, style, and according to what you prefer. Thank you. And if anyone wants to see the system, you can meet me behind the tent. I'll show you how the system works practically.
Okay. So, is there any question? Okay.
Okay, I have a quick question. So could you please give a little more information about how a human feedback was received? Because there's the same recommendation. Some people say, I like this recommendation. Some people might say, this is not my style.
Okay, so the robot itself, you can talk to it or write to it to give you a feedback according to the system and the fashion stylists and designers that we are working with. The system itself, when you talk to the robot and also access the software, it will give you a feedback to your preference. As you can see the video, you saw a stylist background. So there, when you actually ask it, it will give you the answer according to your preference. And also the system has a camera, so you can upload your images. It's according to your preference because everybody has a preference. And it generates according to your preference, according to what you have stored, because we are using a lot of data from different sites. It can give you what you desire. It's not actually to what the system is supposed to give you. That's why it has a dashboard for the whole body, hair, anything that you desire.
Okay, thank you.
First, thank you for your good presentation. I have a question that there are so many existing fashion applications using AI. For example, in Korea, users use their own mobile phone and taking their pictures or taking some videos and put their videos then is there anything different about the method posting this?
The difference is the system. We have a spare robot and we also have a software. So the software will be combined with the robot to give you personal style. Like mostly this research paper was supposed to give easy work for fashion designers and stylists because right now everybody prefers a cheaper way and fashion designers are not getting a platform or a stylist because of AI and everything. So it was supposed to bridge the gap for them to have a system that will favor them and commercialize their products.
Why robot? Why robot is required? For example, I think robot is only used to compute for computing power. Then instead of robot, how about to use real PC or real mobile phone?
Okay. It's already sorted. We have the software for the phone. It's not launched, but it's here. And the robot was, firstly, you have to understand this research paper was to focus on fashion designers. So we also accommodated the field that we can create a software to also implement for yourself as a consumer. It's not limited, it's unlimited to anybody who wants to access it.
Then for using this method, then all customers have to have this robot, right?
It's not a must, it's not a must. But because there is a software, the application, and there's also the robot. The robot itself will be used by the fashion designer. As you can see, the workflow. Oh, where is it? The workflow optimizers was for the designers. The robot itself will do the material selection, trend forecasting, design iteration, product planning. And what I showed you is the software. The software can be used by you or anybody, but the robot itself was mainly for the fashion designers or stylists to make their work easier. Because we are a growing nation, everybody is implementing robotics everywhere, in manufacturing, textile, in cooking. Right now, mostly robotics is being invested on. So try to create a fast way, easier way for designers, but the software can handle what you as a consumer want. The robot is not specifically for the user, to make it easier.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there more question? Okay.
You mean the robot is software, right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, software or software using the Scala or starting using correct code with the correct code using
Code is Kotlin, this API for IUTA. There is an app known as IUTA. Some of you can look at it. That app also gives the same preference, but the difference is we added a robot in it and added speech recognition. I remember when it started saying there's natural processing language. When you look at Keypad and this software you're using, it has natural processing language. IUTA doesn't have it, but it's also doing the same work.
Okay, because start by Karas is developed the style. He developed the style three almost types. It has almost an 8 GPU. Yeah. So you can use mobile phone. You show the.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Robot is a software. Software, yes. What software? Which software? Star gun or star gun or other gun? This gun, okay, you use this gun. It has no time to start transfer.
Yes.
Can you use API? Or Google Chrome? Or GPU to support you this algorithm gun. Because it has no time. And small item, model lightness, it takes how you do did. I want to know. I want to know the method.
Okay, I agree with you about the style gun. This was for generating the data sets as we start. So when we were conducting our research, we had to use Google Colabs and PyTorch, TensorFlow to generate. And then we thought about robotics. We saw like the data set here was supposed to generate a simulation of it. We understand the fact that the style gun won't work the same way as the software. So we implemented on the software so that it can generate any fashion design you want, and that's why we used an API to help us to create the robotic system for our research conduction. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think it is the most spotlight paper during this session, because we already have 8 questions and good question, and not only presentation, but also demonstration. So ladies and gentlemen, a big hand to the presenter. Let's move to the next security solution for the identity management specifically presented by Peter, Vincent, and Wilfredo. So when you display the first page presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, make a big hand to the presenter.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sospita Birir, and today I'm very honored to present to you our research work on Beyond Quantum, which is an AI-driven solution for identity access management. Let's go through the content that we're going to as we go through the entire research work. So first we'll start with the introduction, then the quantum computing threats, current identity management challenges, AI-driven solution for identity management, viability and potential downsides of AI integration, a case study analysis, proactive thoughtful strategies, and lastly conclusion. The biggest problem that led to the team researching on this precise topic is, despite the advancement in cybersecurity, current identity and access management systems face increasing vulnerabilities from emerging quantum computing threats. The one and the major objective behind my study is to develop quantum resistance strategies that enhance the security and resilience of identity and access management systems against quantum-based attacks. And this is significant to address these quantum challenges that in hand face identity and access management systems. The motive behind this particular research study is majorly related to risks and reports for the NIST organization, which is the National Institute for Standard Technologies. And their recent report in 2023 stated that this year, 2024 alone, 40% of all cyber attacks will be linked to session hijacking. 30% of organizations will experience increased data breaches due to credential theft. And in 2025, 80% of organizations will fail to protect AI-driven security mechanisms, fueling a vicious cyber risk cycle. In 2026, of Fortune 500 companies board will seek achieve AI security officers. So the rapid changing landscape of cybersecurity and quantum computing presents unprecedented challenges for traditional identity management techniques. Quantum computing poses significant risks to current cryptographic systems, potentially undermining their security. This study proposes a novel approach to strengthen identity management systems against quantum threats by leveraging artificial intelligence. What you see here is an architecture of how most identity management systems work. And essentially, the user initiates an authentication request to the authenticating server, and if the credentials are valid, the server sends an ID token containing information about the user. The identity provides authorization. The identity provider or the server also obtains the user consent and grants the client application authorization to access protected resources. The access token is attached to subsequent requests made to the protected resource server, from which user now can access a specified information. The current identity management challenges include security complexities, and this is highly in regards to managing high amounts of data, and also the environment in which these data are exposed to. The next one is security threats. Credential threats through phishing and social engineering and insider threats. We realize that most people are less informed on the dangers of exposing the information, are exposed to these kinds of risks. For example, phishing cases. And a hacker can create a malware of some sort with the face of something familiar, and when a user tries to get access to this, or when a user clicks on this link, he or she is at a risk of giving out critical information. Compliance, which is meeting the data privacy laws, the GDPR, CCPA, and maintaining audit trails. Interoperability, which is in regards to integrating the legacy systems with modern identity and access management solutions. Quantum computing. Quantum threats to cryptographic algorithms such as the Riemann algorithm and elliptic curve cryptography, ECC, necessitates quantum safe cryptography. The quantum computing threat. Traditional cryptographic systems such as the RSA and the elliptic curve cryptography basically run on mathematical functions. They are based on mathematical complexities from which classical computers, which are the computers that we use nowadays in our daily operations, run on. But you'll find that they are no longer safe. This is because the quantum computer relies on quantum information. Quantum information works not in bits as the classical information do, which exist in two states, but a single state at a time. They can either be at the 0 state or the 1 state. But the quantum information uses qubits. Basically, qubits, unlike the bits, are quantum bits, and they can exist in multiple states at the same time, which means that they can perform faster processes compared to the classical information. This is further described by the Chosun algorithm, which says that which is a quantum algorithm that can solve factorization and discrete algorithm problems exponentially faster than classical algorithms. And this poses a vulnerability in that this advancement make the RSA and ECC cryptographic methods insecure against quantum attacks. Our research proposes a solution. We incorporated 3 of AI-driven algorithms, that is the adaptive learning, pattern recognition, and anomaly detection. AI has the capability or can continuously learn and adapt to new threat patterns, ensuring that identity management systems stay ahead of quantum attacks through adaptive learning. Pattern recognition. AI algorithms can detect unusual patterns or behavior that might indicate a quantum-based attacks, allowing for real-time response and mitigation. Lastly, anomaly detection. AI can identify anomalies in user behavior or system operations, flagging potential breaches before they escalate. Let's look at the implementation. Now, in our research work, we use two straight-up data sets. One was for the Windows logs, Windows operating system logs, and the other one was the fingerprint biometric data. So in the Windows log, in the data set that we used, we managed to clean that data, thereby getting the exact information that we needed. We needed the line ID, the month, the date, time, level, component, and the PID, which is the process ID. From that, we managed to filter out exactly what we needed, the content and the event ID, from which we separated them to get to dividing these processes into three. The first one was check path, which indicated the actual normal authentication process, because this identity and access management system, their major role is to verify the identity before giving access to specific resources. The next one was failed authentications, and the last one, we regarded them as anomalies. So in the anomaly detection, we identified the pattern in the logs that deviate from the norm. Pattern recognition, we recognize the recurring sequence behaviors in the log data, and the adaptive learning, we managed to continuously monitor and detect the learning in the new data set. In the fingerprint, we did the same, but for the fingerprint data, we were keen to look at the exact biometric information that was carried in the fingerprint. What you see in the first diagram up there is a fingerprint, but for the wall, a wall is in like circles. Then the next one was for the arc, is for the loop, then the last one is for the arc. We also managed to come up with a threshold from which we can remove the noise out of this fingerprint due to various reasons through the pre-processing. Then the feature extraction now, which included patterns such as the ridges, the valleys, and mini-tie points in the fingerprints, and converted these fingerprints into the digital template that is to be used for matching. Template matching now, which compared the extracted template with the stored template in the database. Now, when we look at the processing now of the information that we got, the adaptive learning, now by analyzing this fingerprint data and Windows log data, our AI model continuously learned from the patterns of legitimate user behavior and outcomes. The pattern recognition of the fingerprint authentication and the Windows log, it helped in examining the fingerprint data. The AI now was able to establish typical user access patterns. Anomaly detection, which aided in detecting anomalies of fingerprint authentication, process, and Windows log data. Now let's look at the real-time analysis of the fingerprint pattern, which these specific features of the fingerprint were really crucial in helping us scan and train our model in trying to identify something that came out of the normal of the features that I had previously mentioned. For the Windows log data, it helped monitor and record user activities and login attempts. User behavior used in Windows log data to establish the baseline behavior for each user in identifying deviations that might indicate unauthorized access. In the description for pattern recognition, it increased the precision of identity verification by recognizing detailed patterns in biometric and behavioral data. It also helps to reduce false positives and negatives by ensuring that only genuine deviations from established pattern prompt security actions. User behavior insights. It provided for insight into user behavior, helping to identify the normal and abnormal patterns. The diagram you see below this describes how a security information and event manager works as at now. It grabs on information from, it tries to identify processes that are ongoing at a particular moment with time, therefore trying to come up with a particular strategy to identify an anomaly, but it has some weaknesses since with the emergence of this powerful computing process, the quantum computing, it might not be able, because these qubits can exist in more than a single state at the same time, a state called superposition. Therefore, this means that it has particular advantage over the classical bits, which therefore means that it can overrun this system. The viability and potential downsides of AI integration. The viability, AI enhances efficiency and automates these processes. It also helps majorly in decision making with data-driven insights. And lastly, it enables personalized user experience. The potential downsides include dependency on data, quality and viability, and ethical concerns such as biasness, privacy, and transparency. We have a case study of a company called Secure Access Solutions, which is a multinational corporation specializing in cybersecurity solutions with a workforce distributed globally and clients in diverse industries. SaaS faces significant challenges in managing identity and access control in its network. Traditional cybersecurity measures are increasingly insufficient against sophisticated cyber threats. Proactive thought and strategy. Anticipating, we need to come up with ways in which we can stay ahead of things by anticipating and initiating actions ahead of time. The thoughtful idea that comes along with it is to be considerate and deliberate and be well planned before these scenarios reaches us. The key element is anticipation, planning, and execution. In conclusion, embracing a proactive and thoughtful AI strategy is essential for shaping the future of technology, not merely reacting to current trends. Anticipating challenges and seizing opportunities in AI development aligns actions with the long-term innovation goals. A proactive AI strategy paves the way for sustainable advancement, resilience against technological disruptions, and impactful AI applications. Lastly, committing to a proactive and thoughtful AI approach ensures navigating the complexities of AI ethics and ensures security and integration with clarity and purpose. Thank you.
I have a question, but I think please give us some comment, because one of the new trend in the certification system, zero trust architecture. So zero trust architecture is when you design the system, we should assume that all of the system is already attacked or open. So I think your research direction is very matched with the zero trust architecture. So if you add your future work, if you consider the zero trust architecture, it will be very good research result, I think.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will have a 10-minute break time. So you can come back about 5 p.m. And so because we already prepared some coffee break, and so we will have a 10-minute break time. We will continue this session. Thank you very much. Is there the presenter of this paper? Oh, you know. Oh, okay. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, make a big hand to the presenter.
So good evening, everyone. So I'm going to talk about smart irrigation system and pest control for optimal crop management. So in this presentation, the introduction of the IoT technology, the image processing, the performance metrics, and lastly the conclusion. So in the introduction, maybe I'm going to start with the definition of smart agriculture, which is the practice of cultivating soil, growing crops, and raising animals for human consumption and for other purposes. So during human civilization, agriculture has gone through various advancements in terms of technology, from simple cultivation to the modern era technologies such as GMOs and precision farming, so as to increase the efficiency and reduce environmental impact. The challenges that we are facing in traditional farming include the first one is resource inefficiency. So, in resource inefficiency, we refer to the resources as those the water, the fertilizers, the pesticides. So, using of excessive traditional farming practices, we see we waste a lot of water by using of drip irrigation, and overusing of pesticides. The second one is pest and disease management. So in traditional method, we tend to seek and use pesticides which are hazardous to the environment and to the soil. Also, the other one is the climate change. In the modern era, we see we have different shifts in terms of climate, where we have a lot of change in the weather due to the various activities that are happening in terms of industrial development in our countries. Also, the other challenge we have is the high demand for food. As the population in the world continue to increase, we press more need for more production to cater for those people in the world. Okay. In our project, we tend to utilize the IoT technology for data-driven and for decision-making. So these IoT devices are for collecting data. So we have the soil moisture, which is for measuring the water content or level in the soil. The second one is the weather sensors. These are responsible for collecting environmental condition of the farm, which in turn will help us on determination of the season of planting and harvesting and pests that may be favorable in different conditions. Lastly, plant health sensors. So the plant health sensors are for detection part, whereby we try to detect those plants, diseases and pests before the infestation of to the leaf of the plant. Here, in this project, we tend to seek to the pests and diseases that attack plants from underside the leaf, we intend to incorporate a system that will try to regulate them before they infestation on the plant. In the part of image processing, we acquire a data set from Kaggle, called corn, plant corn for corn, diseases for corn. In that data set, we clean it by, we tend to extract features from it. From the feature extraction, we go to the training data, new data, then from training data, we incorporate algorithm, random forest algorithm, to make prediction on and to improve it for the pest detection part. Lastly, in the training, we also seek for new data from the sensors, which we use to evaluate the model's performance overall. So in the feature extraction, we have the color histogram where we tend to classify these images into different colors, the images that we have captured. Then we tend to look at the texture, features of the plant leaf. Then lastly, we tend to look at the shape of the leaf before we in different shapes. Then after we have extracted those features, in the data set, we take this process of training whereby we acquire those images from that data set. Then after we have acquired the images, we resize them to a set size for efficiency, whereby we scale those images into a pixel of 128 by 128 size. Then we normalize them to improve also the performance to a scale of 0 to 1. Lastly, data augmentation part whereby we try to get multiple images from the original image. In that training data, we have the labeling. This labeling is for the plants, for the data set where we have the healthy plants, leaves, and the unhealthy ones. Then we have the splitting data set, which is a result of the original data set, the trained one, and the testing one. So, the training, how we train the random forest algorithm classifier, we first initialize it into a maximum of 100 trees. Then we train on the required, in the data that we acquired from the data set. From there, we perform cross-validation, where we tend to look for model performance of the data set into prediction. Lastly, we tend to the model, we look for the model prediction based on the land patterns from the prior process. Lastly, these are the results from the from our research, whereby we have this precision is where it's the performance of the model on positive prediction. We have this recall for model effectiveness in recognizing relevant instances from the data set. Lastly, we are able to obtain an accuracy of 0.383, which is 83% from the trained random forest classifier. So in conclusion, this system is best to improve the pest control, to improve on irrigation, automated irrigation, to improve maximum crop health, also to enable to produce more food to cater for the society, also for the protection of the environment from heavy use of hazardous pesticides, and also minimizing risk. We protect these resources, also include the water. We prevent overwatering by having automation process irrigation, and also we improve overall production of crops to cater for the needs of the people. Lastly, the problem we are facing in the study is that most people in rural areas, or let's say in this country, they lack knowledge on the use of modern technology in farming, which leads them to have less yields in terms of production, and also poor technology in practicing agriculture. Thank you for your participation.
Okay. I can give you some microphone. I have a question. You deploy real sensor to the field or this simulation?
No, we had a prototype where we trained the Arduino, the Node MCU, and the sensors themselves.
Okay. So as a future work, do you have any plan to co-working with your real agricultural expert or the farmer?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, there's also one other question.
Okay, thank you for your work. And can you move back to the result? So precision and recall. So I think the result. In the next slide, the result. Yes, performance metrics. So you tested with the random forest only, right?
Yeah.
So then the result, it is just a comment. Result looks like the recall and precision is 100% for each different one. So that means it is biased. It is maybe overfitting happens for the in this case, mostly more health. So it depends on your data set, I guess.
Yeah.
So I recommend you to have more, so augmenting your data set, as well as try some other machine learning algorithms. Random forest is working well, but you can use some other variations of the boosting algorithms that may make the performance even better. And a little bit provide some parameters for the some little parameter tuning, then they can preventing those overfitting. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can time is going fast because this is last week of this session. So the last week is strengthening data protection for job seekers. So this paper is presented by Joseph and the Peter and Wilfred. So, ladies and gentlemen, I make a big hand to the presenter.
Hello, my name is Joseph. I'll be taking you through strengthening job seekers' data protection. So the aim of this paper is to ensure privacy and security in recruitment processes. So I'll take you through the problem statement, some data protection laws, the proposed solution, then the conclusion. So in an era characterized by rapid technological advancements and pervasive digitalization, protection of personal data has become paramount, particularly for vulnerable populations such as job seekers. So I will go through some of the current protections. So we have the GDPR, which is the data protection regulation by the European Union. It has a strong emphasis on personal data. The GDPR defines that defines personal data as any information related to an identifiable natural person. So they also say that they require encryption, oversight, and provision of rights to data subjects. So highlighted in red, the takeaway from this paper is that data management is left to organizations. So next we have the California Consumer Privacy Act. It is an equivalent to the GDPR but specific to California. It says that there is responsibility on organizations to safeguard data. It also requires encryption, oversight, and rights to data subjects. So about the California Consumer Privacy Act, there is an assumption that organizations will be compliant. Even the many countries, even India, they had an act passed in 2020. Kenya also has the Privacy Act saying that there is a need for data provision. So each and every country is coming up with their data protection laws, but each time they create these laws for data protection, they leave the data management in the hands of the organization. So what is the challenge with the some of the data protection? The challenge is the reliance on organizations, and this might not fully address the data protection challenges because every day technological advancements are growing. If we say that data is left to the organizations, there are hackers, there are data leaks, there are many challenges. So because we are talking about the job seeker, a job seeker has a resume. The resume is the most powerful tool that the job seeker has, which they put in the education, the experience, which shows that they are valuable to the employer. So a job seeker's journey, they will go to job application platforms, they will put in their data, and that also is not enough because some companies require you to visit their website, fill in forms. So yes, then I will talk about some of the resume formats. So here we have a resume format. It has the experience, the education, key achievements, skills, languages. So we are talking about personal data. So what's the personally identifiable information in this resume? It's the phone number, the email, and the location. We also have another example. So this one also included an image. So these are some of the resumes people can generate to give to the employer so that they are valuable. But people also put the phone number, the email, the location. So there was this good from it says beneficial to apply to 15 different jobs each week. And there's according to a blog from the University Career Science Department, for example, it takes between 100 to 200 job applications to get a job. So if you take the average, you will have applied to 150 jobs. So that means you have given 150 hiring managers your data, and it was only needed that you give one out of the 150. So what is the proposed solution? The proposed solution is a resume without personal data. The resume will only contain the profile statement, the experience, education, and skills. So how will the system work? Let's assume I am a hiring manager. I will go to the system, I'll type in I want a software engineer. So if I type in I want a software engineer, I will get I will get back a list of profile statements. A profile statement is supposed to showcase who you are, why you are important, and yes. So the other things he said it was expect. After they get your profile statement, the hiring manager goes through the profile statement, they add it to a short list. Then the system gives back the experience and education, so they can see this person is valuable to our organization. And this is done without sharing the phone number, the location, and the image. But because the hiring manager needs to know that an actual human is behind this resume, the system is like an authority to prove that this is indeed a human who is qualified. Then after getting the short list, they can request to the system to get back they can request to the system to interview the candidates, and the candidates like the encouraged not to share. They can share their name with the recruiter during the interview. Then if they go on with the if they are hired, then they can give up their personal information. So through this system, we have saved by taking out the average. The 199 more people who would have gotten data is not, they do not receive it, so we are enhancing the data protection of job seekers. Thank you.
Okay, is there any question? This is your last chance to make a question. Okay.
So my question is, how do you balance the need for data protection with that of a legitimate interest of an employer? Sorry. So I'll be asking on how do you balance the need for data protection with that of a legitimate interest of the employer?
So if we are talking about the legitimate interest of an employer, the interest of the employer is to get someone who can provide value for the company. So the personal data, the name, email, location, image, my gender, that does not concern why I need to get a job. So there's no need of actually giving the employer my data so that they can give me a job.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any question? One more question? Okay.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Actually, I want to tell you, maybe it is a good chance for the earning money. Actually, in Korea, we have one startup. Actually, it is not exactly the same, but that company provide a service for the companies to hire some employees, right? So then, obviously, they need to protect employers' data. And based on that, they provide a similar concept as you talk about. They provide their services as SaaS, software as a service, in the cloud. Right now, the company is invested by the multiple investors, and currently $15 billion is invested. So maybe you can build a company with this in Kenya. Maybe you can get the investors like that. Hopefully you can do it.
Okay, thank you. We're very encouragement for your work. Okay. Okay. Is there a more question? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, make a big hand to the presenter. Thank you so much. Okay, this concludes the session. For me, this is the longest session I got ever. I think this session is the most proactive session I got ever. All of the thing is thanks to you and presenter and Kashin and all of the discussion and all of you. So this concludes the session. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
A very a good session led by the chair, Professor Park. Would we please appreciate him very much? You've seen him running. Professor, thank you so much. We truly appreciate, and the feedback from our professors in the room. I might be a friend of the next billionaire. Thank you so much. So I think we are almost coming to an end, and I would have wished either the VC or Professor Kim, but I will request him to close for us today. How is all right, so I'll request Professor Lee, Professor Kim. I keep confusing sometimes Lee, Kim, and Park. So Professor Kim will give, like a wrap of what he feels academically for the papers presented today, and the life share or share of life, and something that can be done on this. I wish we could have much more time, and then we will go to dinner. Is that okay? Just a few minutes. Thank you so much, Professor Kim. Please welcome Professor Kim for a summarizing comment.
Okay, thank you for introducing me. Actually, I think the dinner is already there, so I'm not going to talk that much. First of all, I say it is amazing that you guys are well done. So mostly so we have some presenters from Korea, as well as presenters from Kenya. I just realized most of the students from the Kenya is undergraduate student, fourth year student. So yeah, it looks interesting. It is very bright future you have maybe, and also your interesting direction is also very diverse. So I understand. So your current level is not that high for the graduate level, graduate course level, but promising, I guess. So you have basic knowledges for that and basic flows, how to develop the idea. The presentation style is also nice. So I think if you can promote to the graduate school or some other more experiences, then you can achieve better result and also design your promising futures as well. Okay, thank you very much for everyone.
So I would request Dr. Odoyo to pray for us, and if he has a comment, he can finish up. And congratulations. You hear what Professor Kim is saying. I think he will be very proud because he has been with them very short period of time. Well done, Dr. Odoyo. And
thank you very, very much. I would really want to appreciate this occasion. I'm standing in front of you for the first time, so I have to recognize even the chief guest, as she already left, and our guest speaker who would be speaking to us on Thursday. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the tutorial. Thank you, Chair, for the session. And thank you, everybody who came and at least you have given us a snippet of what presentation is. And tomorrow is a full day of presentation. I hope they will have timekeepers because there are 4 sessions. Huh? We only had 1 session in the afternoon, and you can see how long it took. So I think we need to have a timekeeper for tomorrow. It's 4 sessions, and it's going to be pretty long. As Professor Ntonja already said, I'm a little bit proud, but I don't say, yeah? Yeah, because you can see those are, some of them just finished their 4th year and are awaiting graduation. And at least because we have so many of our professors here from Korea, most of them are ready to join a master's course as at now. Only maybe 3 of them are still doing their last 3.1, 3.2, so that they can also be able to graduate. But all in all, I really thank you. I hope you're enjoying. We'll have a lot of time to interact and see the way forward. I was just asked to say hi and then pray for food. So I would really want us to maybe stand up as we pray, and then we can leave. Let's pray. Thank you so much, Heavenly Father. We are so much grateful for your protection, for your guidance, for your care, for giving us the time and the wisdom to be able to share whatever we have had over the couple of months preparing to this session. We really thank you because we can see that you are manifesting yourself, Heavenly Father, in most of us by listening to the kind of knowledge that comes from each and every presenter. We thank you for Kenya, for the host, PIU, for Chosun, for all other organizations and universities that have made this possible. Father, we still have 2 days to go. We really pray that everything is going to be okay. Before us, as we leave this place, there is something that we are going to partake together as brothers and sisters, just for our physical energy to continue serving you. We really pray that you bless it ahead of us. I want to present this prayer in the most precious name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you. I hope that is for you.
Yes, good evening. Please sit down. Yes, I'm sorry we were inviting the deputy for something. I wish to, I'm sorry, Professor Kim and your team. We want to just request the various universities presented and their team leaders, if Professor Kim allows us. I know we have breakfast starting at what time, Professor Omolo? No, breakfast tomorrow. 6:45 there. So we're requesting whether we could have, the head of universities presented here for a round table at 7:30 tomorrow, so that before the main conference starts, I just want to have an engagement with you at 7:30 tomorrow. So we could work with Dr. Odoyo and Professor Omolo to see whether we can have that round table at the boardroom there at 7:30. We really, really appreciate, as it were, for us to have that conference. The second one I want to communicate is we have a tight program tomorrow evening. I just spoken to Professor Colonel Kim right now because we have dinner tomorrow at Safari Park. And because of the situation, would like to end early. So we have brought the dinner at 7, The dinner will be at 7. Then we proceed to the carts, the safari carts at 9. At 9 o'clock. So that then people are in a position then to end that early, as it were. With that, I want to have Professor Omolo, Dr. Odoyo, and Professor Ntonja and Dr. Gitao remain behind as we go for, and the DVC, as we go for dinner. Otherwise, mine is to wish you well, and thank you. It has been a very fruitful. We want to apologize because of the nature of our jobs. Sometimes we can't sit here the whole day. There is quite some emergencies we have to sort out. But thank you very much. It has been a very, very, very successful day. And the PS has just called and said that I think we'll have more engagement before you leave, and we'll see what we can do in terms of the engagement between the Koreans and the government of Kenya. Otherwise, thank you very much. Enjoy your evening and have a lovely dinner. Bon appetit. Thank you. So we adjourn until tomorrow morning. Thank you.